12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
9,000's a lot. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. It's a milestone for Soundbites, our 9,000th show. When my wife Jan Ziff and I launched Soundbites in 1991, there was no web. Cell phones were like bricks, and AI was nothing more than a dream. We started with a show about the first real work laptop with a huge 20-megabyte drive. 34 years later, it's a brave new world, more amazing every day. So along with our fabulous Liz McLeod and our brilliant Rich Johnson, we're dedicating this 9,000th broadcast to Jan's memory. And we want to reiterate our pledge to keep bringing you news and ideas that you can use about the tech world that's changing our lives daily. Thanks to CBS and all of you for your kind support. With Soundbite, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
Hafa Adai, Guam, good morning and welcome back. 6:02 on a Thursday, October 2nd, here on the Wave 105 FM. We are streaming live and online. Catch us on the World Wide Web at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, the Medical City, where patients are partners. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Subway, Eat Fresh. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. GTA, we start with you. Pat's Tinting and Detailing. And Sherwin-Williams Paints. We have your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, all being brought to you by our friends at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The federal government has shut down yesterday as lawmakers on Capitol Hill debate on how to fund the United States government for the next fiscal year. According to the Office of Congressman James Moylan, passport processing, student aid disbursements, and the WIC program funding are some of the services that will be impacted by the shutdown, but essential operations like military, mail delivery, and Social Security and Medicare payments will continue uninterrupted. Local elected leaders took time yesterday to reassure the public. Governor Lilian Guerrero said yesterday afternoon that she instructed all line agencies to review and prepare contingency plans to minimize the effect of the shutdown. Senator Jesse Lujan said that his office is monitoring the shutdown closely, saying that the lack of guidance from federal government adds anxiety for national government employees and contractors. In more news, the Guam Memorial Hospital Board of Trustees has named Dr. Jolene Uggan the interim administrator of GMH following the recent retirement of its former administrator, Lillian Perez Posadas. Dr. Uggan is a pulmonologist as well as a critical care physician who has served a number of roles at GMH, including the COVID-19 medical director, associate administrator of clinical services, and associate administrator of medical services, among other critical roles at the hospital. Uggan said yesterday in a statement that her goal as interim administrator is to lay the groundwork for the next administrator, saying that the strength of GMH lies in its patients and the staff that works there. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai, Guawasi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join the bright side on Wave 105.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Looking for something to do on Guam? Check out theguamguide.com for a full calendar of island events, from pop-ups, community events, to the next big party. Follow us on Instagram at The Guam Guide and visit us at theguamguide.com.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at route99fm.com to catch all your favorite country music non-stop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM. Looking to make a career move? Join Glimpses Media as a media sales rep. Enjoy flexible hours, competitive pay, and a vibrant team environment. Apply today at glimpsesofguam.com and start your journey with Glimpses.
Just moved to Guam? Welcome to paradise. Let the GuamGuide.com be your ultimate island guide. From first-time tips to hidden gems, we've got it all. Visit us at theguamguide.com and connect with us on Instagram at The Guam Guide.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good To Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Hafa Adai Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy, and you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052.
This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
KGUM FM, Daddy No.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I'm sure that's not the song.
Okay, but you're working with it. That's
Okay,
good. That's
it's all
good.
right.
Okay, it's all good.
Hey, good morning, man.
Hi,
Let me turn up
everyone.
my
Good
volume.
morning, Patty. Good
Let me
morning,
turn my
Guam.
Okay.
Hafa Adai, everyone. Welcome back.
6/13, October 2nd. Somebody wake up a federal worker.
Uh-oh.
Or let's tell them to go home. I mean, go back to sleep. I'll tell you how you know the government is shut down.
How do you know?
Nobody's heading north. Nobody's heading south. Usually you got that. It's the Autobahn
Right on.
in the morning on Marine Corps Drive for people trying to get on base, right? Because they got to beat the clock and they got to beat the traffic, right? So there's just there's a number of people who are without. If you are still confused about what's open, what's not, give us a call because we got the menu board. We got the menu board that we got from Delegate James Moylan yesterday. Or was it this morning that you sent it to me?
Last night? Yes, we got it
Okay,
last night.
so there's a time
I got
frame.
my copy from Polly Suba.
So I guess what makes this important is
Okay.
that there are still some people who may not know how essential or non-essential you are. There's no greater morale indicator than when the government shuts down and says you're non-essential. You know who the essential workers are. There's people like obviously fire and security, and that's the firefighters. That is. Security, border patrol, all of these important jobs of enforcing, right? Those are critical services, and you know that you don't ever really get a break on that shift. Everybody else, depending on where it is that you are supposed to be, what you are supporting, you then sort of become a non-essential worker, and that sometimes can be painful to hear it, in your ears. That you are actually non-essential. But nonetheless, we've got a number of places on Guam that are responding. We do have from the National Guard yesterday. The National Guard is just talking about, what they're doing. We'll be giving that to you in just a few minutes. But they're, might as well give it to you now. The National Guard troops on Homeland Defense missions like the THAAD security will continue their missions uninterrupted. Full-time support staff such as Air Active Guard and Reserve and accepted technicians will continue to work and will receive back pay once funding is resolved. And this coming from Mark Scott, that bottom line is that critical services necessary to defend the homeland and respond to natural and man-made disasters will not stop. The governor's office, as you well know, put out a word to all of the departments that rely somewhat on federal funding and let them know what their organization should be doing. And then, of course, we've got the office of Congressman Jim Moylan saying that passport processing, student and disbursements, WIC program funding, these are just some of the services that will be impacted by the shutdown. But the other operations that are considered essential, like the military, mail delivery, Social Security, and Medicare payments will continue uninterrupted. People, by the way, it's October 1st on the mainland, October 2nd over here. And so the federal workers are worried about whether or not their paychecks. You would already know that. Those paychecks should be going in. Anybody who's getting veterans pay or their Social Security or their regular annuities or retirement fund, pay, all of those, and regular active duty military pay, they're all going to get paid today. They will already have, this will cover, this obviously for the military pay will cover the last couple of weeks that they've been working. So that is not going to change. But you will see some slowdowns in some places as you are, like, for example, you're trying to get passport assistance. They shut that door at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to coincide with the closing of the offices on the mainland. Some of those offices aren't even going to be open. So it really just depends on what is essential. But apparently you're still going to get your mail. Other than that, I'm glad to hear that there are some things that are happening on Guam that are defying the shutdown of the federal government. We still have things on Guam that are just moving as well as they should. We just heard about the Dr. Jolene Uggen, who is going to be the interim CEO or administrator of the Guam Memorial Hospital, where she says that she's just going to be laying out the groundwork for the next person who's actually going to take over the Guam Memorial Hospital on a more permanent basis as that search continues, considering that Lillian Posadas retired as of the 30th. And basically what that means is that Dr. Jolene Uggen, with all respect and reference to her stellar career as a physician, will basically be babysitting all of the problems at GMH. That's pretty much it. Unless there's really any major action where she's going to be summoned down to the legislature. They already did an oversight hearing. Things are going to run pretty smoothly until all that money starts coming in the schedule that has already been determined by the hospital finance person as well as the director of administration. There really isn't anything to do but babysit and maybe respond to the headline on the Guam the Guam PDN this morning, where a study was done on the finances of the Guam Memorial Hospital, and it concludes that here's the headline: GMH doctor staff costs double while losses grow. I pretty much will say that is not a shattering headline that nobody would have thought to come. They hired a person from GITA. They hired a consultant to, quote, comb over the finance and operations of GMH. The Guam Economic Development Authority hired consultant Alex Leaks to do the review with a budgeted amount of up to $170,000. They paid this guy to tell us what we already know, basically. But a deeper dive clearly into the finances of the hospital. And I don't see that anybody is surprised at the news that they're paying more than they're getting in at the Guam Memorial Hospital, which is exactly why they keep going up before the legislature, which is exactly why we keep talking about what's happening at GMH. It's a headline that we have seen over the years, and it really isn't earth-shattering to us to hear anybody reviewing the money over at Guam Memorial Hospital. We spend more than we take in. I think that's been a pretty obvious conclusion for a while. And then we, again, are dealing with bills over at the legislature. Again, the whole thing about the use of public health is going to move into the voting file. And we're staring down at the possibility, or it isn't the possibility, the inevitability that their bill that will allow public health to use the old Mangilao facility is stopped up at the moment, but there is a bill that is going to use this facility for GCC's nursing education. It's an annex that they talked about that is advancing pretty well through the legislature. So some use of that building is definitely there. It just didn't go one way or the other for two of the senators who had dueling bills on what to do with that dormant facility that's been condemned. So there's some advancement being made on one, and the other one not so much. They're also looking at the Guam Police Department and a precinct that they are hoping to open in Jigo. This is a bill that was introduced by Senator Sean Gumatautau. There's Chamorro Land Trust property in Jigo that will be used for a new precinct. And the Gumatata says in this quote that I'm reading from, I think, the Daily Post, we all must be united in our efforts to help our northernmost village. This is another important step toward a new police station in Jigo. Police Chief Stephen Ignacio says that they need more patrol units out there because we've got more people who are living in Jigo. They're living in this area that's closest to the military base. So you can see there's a lot of military dependents that are living out there. Plus, you've got construction workers, as the story says, that have taken up residence in Jigo because they're closest to the build-up action. And this is going to be a police facility that is definitely going to enforce a lot of the rules that we enjoy in police presence on the other parts of Guam in the central area, for sure. The argument comes from Senator Barnett, who says that we can't just concentrate on this village, that there has got to be an equal number of police presence in all of the islands. So points that have been challenged, argued, and debated in the legislature, but these bills continue to advance toward that, toward the end, and that is a final bill vote that would be taking, and theoretically it would be happening this week because they try to make sure that they get these bills done or the legislative action. In the coming hour, we are going to be doing a couple of things. One of them is going to be talking to, well, first of all, let's just break the news to you if you haven't heard it since. But one conservationist that has been known to people all over, spanning generations, because she was 91 years old when she passed away this morning, Jane Goodall passed away. And I think that Jane Goodall's name has been repeated. If it's not in the history book that you were studying in school, it has been her work that has spanned, again, through generations of people who have seen her and her work that she's done with chimpanzees in the wild, other primates, and her fight for conservation and for anthropology. Again, this is like somebody that we all read about over the years and tried to make sure that we understood some of the references and the similarities in her research that showed how we and our human behaviors are likened to the behaviors of primates. You've all seen that. You've all seen that. You've all heard about it. You've all known about it, all of the research that we've learned about. She was 26-year-old when she first traveled to Tanzania and began her important research on chimps in the wild. Throughout her study of the species, she proved that primates display an array of similar behaviors to humans, such as the ability to develop individual personalities and make and use their own tools. Amongst the most surprising discoveries was how like us the chimpanzees are. Their behavior with their gestures, kissing, embracing, holding hands, patting on the back, the fact that they can actually be violent and brutal and have a kind of war, but also loving and altruistic. She has been a figure, and it has been something to be celebrated, and her death to be mourned, because she did lifelong work on this, and we use that research in our studies today to recognize just how close we are to primates and their behaviors, obviously. But closer to home, and I'll be talking to him in just a little while, closer to home, we have to celebrate the incredible, sorry, I'm trying to find the news release, but the incredible award to human rights lawyer Julian Uggen, who won the Right Livelihood Award, which is the Swedish version of they call it the alternate Nobel Prize. It was announced yesterday. It was 4:00 our time, live from Sweden. The Right Livelihood Group announced several winners of this award, with Julian Uggen on the top as the announcement was made. According to a release from Stockholm, it was established in 1980 to honor and support courageous people solving global problems. The Right Livelihood Award has become widely known as the Alternative Nobel Prize. Past winners from the United States include civil rights lawyers, a journalist, the famed whistleblower Daniel Ellsberg. There are 203 laureates from more than 80 countries, and one of them is our own Julian Uggen, cited for carrying the call for climate justice to the world's highest court. You all know the story. We've interviewed him before, and we watched his efforts when he appeared before the ICJ earlier this year, along with a number of Pacific Island students that were fighting climate change. They were selected by an international jury for their collective efforts to secure a unanimous advisory opinion on climate change. The opinion, which we delivered to our audience and interviewed Julian the night that it happened, found that countries have binding obligations under international law to protect the climate system for present and future generations. In its historic decision, the court recognized the human rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. This is a big deal. It's a big deal for Julian because he's won a lot of prizes, but this one so far is his highest award. We'll be talking to him in just a few minutes. And of course, whatever you want to talk about, we can talk about as well. Do you guys know when Gov Guam retirees are going to receive the COLA payments? This is like a comment, a question that's been asked up and down different WhatsApp chats that I'm in about the COLA payments. I know that they were shortchanged a couple $100, but typically the regular COLA either comes out as early as October, but no later than December. So, and in the past several years, that COLA payment has been paid out sooner, and they've certainly been keeping in mind that they want to be able to give the retirees some little breathing room before the holidays. We'll probably reach out to somebody and find out what that is. We'll see. Right now, it is time to take a break. We're going to hit the headlines here and the traffic on Mornings with Patti.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
Hafa Adai, everyone. Good morning and welcome back. Your local headlines for you right now. And it's all being brought to you by our friends at McDonald's, reminding you that it is fall season here on the island of Guam. Treat yourself to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in for a limited time. It's only with our friends at McDonald's. I'm loving it. It's Skylar Obispo of the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine here on the Wave 105 FM.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The Guam International Airport Authority announced yesterday that it has received a $10.4 million grant from the Federal Aviation Administration to upgrade passenger loading bridges and to install a fully integrated fire alarm and suppression system. GIAA said yesterday that many of the loading bridges have been in service since 1996, and that some were damaged by Typhoon Mawar back in 2023. The funding will reconstruct or replace 5 of the 19 loading bridges at the main terminal. In addition, GIAA will commission a design study to improve accessibility of the bridges for individuals who have disabilities. The airport also said that the introduction of a fully integrated fire alarm and suppression system has become a need in recent years as the airport has grown in square footage. In more news, the Tumon Night Market will continue following a successful 9-week pilot program that attracted thousands of attendees and generated millions in vendor revenue. GVB made the announcement yesterday at a press conference held at its headquarters in Tumon. GVB's Vice President Gerald Perez said yesterday that the Sunday night market averages more than 3,000 attendees and involves more than 80 vendors and 40 entertainers. He said that the estimated revenue captured per night is about $250,000, while the Bureau invests about $39,000 per night to operate the event. Perez said that the long-term future of the market depends on sustainability, stating that if GVB can continue to afford the night market and continue to generate arrivals, the Sunday night market may become a permanent fixture like the Wednesday night market in Chamorro Village. GVB's Sunday night market will continue again on August 12th through to December 21st. Reporting for the Mariana's Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai, everyone. Good morning. Let's hit the streets right now for your first look at Thursday morning's Real Deal Traffic Report, proudly brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. We want you to schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO or check out our inventory. It's on our website at guamautospot.com. And, of course, mobile gas stations. You can go farther on every journey with Mobil's new Synergy Supreme Plus fuel and keep your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. You can visit today guam.mobile.com for more details. We're going to cruise around the island. Traffic is light this morning getting around the northern end of the island. We're looking at Route 1 in Jigo. We don't see any delays on that end. Getting around Agafagumas this morning, that is going to change up a tad bit, or Camp Blas this morning. North and southbound at the GRMC, that's going to be the Guam Regional Medical City, that traffic light intersection. We do have a little delay, as well as Dial Rent-to-Own in Dedido. Route 27 in Harmon is looking really nice. No delays there. Hamburger Road is nice and clear, as well as Happy Landing. Getting around that JFK Kmart intersection, you're going to have some waiting time, or Village of Donkey this morning. Let's keep our eyes on the roads, not on the phones. There's no texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Ensure that your seatbelts are fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper booster and car seats. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report for Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good To Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy, and you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
KGUM FM, Dedido. The Talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Okay, now, 6:38. I guess I have to correct myself.
What's up? What's going on?
Well, I said that it was shortchanged. They weren't actually shortchanged. The retirees, and then that spurred like, dude, they're awake, bro.
They're awake.
The enemy, or the opposers are awake. I'm good with it though. You know, it's okay. I said they were shortchanged. They weren't actually shortchanged. It's part of a new, provision that allows for the government to cough up another $200 for COLA retirees, just to give them a little something before they actually get the rest of it. The extra $200 is not being applied as part of the regular COLA for fiscal year 26. Rather, it's a supplemental add-on for fiscal year 2020 to help retirees on Guam right now. The 2026 COLA of $2,300 would be the regular adjustment for the next fiscal year, which already has started. So they'll get a boost this week, and some of them have received it, and then another COLA under the regular fiscal year 26 allocation.
Ross is going to be busy.
Yeah.
Hey, good job,
Yeah,
guys.
okay. And so
right before the holidays, that's nice.
Yeah.
Ain't mad at that.
Well, you know,
A little something.
you know, we're talking about people who are living on a fixed income. And that's, you know, when you've got really not a whole lot of money to spare because you're trying to live within this budget, you know, it's no wonder that on your birthday, your grandmother may give you a $5 bill. You know what I mean? Or the birthday card with the obligatory $10. I know for years, well, my grandmother had a lot of grandchildren, so it's not like, you know, we were all getting, at one point, one of our relatives, not my grandmother, one of our relatives from either side of the family was giving out the amount of your birthday. So, you know, if you were 13 years old, you'd get a check for $13. Oh, it was really sweet.
That is sweet.
That ended when I turned 17.
That's so sweet.
because they were because now we're all getting older. And plus, I think the cutoff was 18. Maybe I got the 18th birthday one. Right. But it was just a sweet, and it wasn't like, oh my God, that's it. It wasn't even anything like that. I just thought it was so darling, first of all, to provide this kind of, gift to, there's like 14 grandchildren in one side of the family. That kind of can add up among the relatives. And we were a small family by comparisons to others. But I think up until maybe our 18th birthday, then things started to change. So, birthdays would come anytime a relative came into town, right? And you know what this is like. You go off island and you go see your nieces, or, you're someplace and you take them out to dinner. In our family, the big thing was they took us to the supermarket. That was better than getting a $21 check or a $20 check or a $19 check when you're in college. They would take you to the supermarket to get groceries. You know what that gift means? It's like more Fruity Pebbles, because that's what we were living on. Chef Boyardee canned spaghetti and Fruity Pebbles.
Hey, those are the goods.
Bro, and I mean, that was just sustenance. That was, and then when they come in and they take you to someplace like John Dominus for dinner, you're like, you got a stomachache that night because you never haven't eaten that good since you left home, right? And so, or the other thing is that they would stay in the hotels, and then you just like have the pull-out bed. You never had to go back to your dorm or your apartment. You just were, you shacked up with your mom's sisters. Dude, it was air con. Oh no, dude. I didn't care.
I can't do pull-out.
And I would always bring Sandy with me. Whenever we had somebody coming into town, Sandy was like my plus one. She was like, here's the plus one child. The other grandchild, and we had a grand time. I mean, when the relatives came into town. So I'm just saying that for COLA retirees or those who are in a fixed income, these are pretty tough times. And I'll tell you, prime example. Everybody has been going shopping and they have seen this sticker shock. None as much maybe as what you expect to see and don't see when you go to the commissary. Now, maybe once a month, I assist someone to the commissary. They're somebody who's is on disability and needs a little extra help in processing things, right? So thus the conversation I had with yesterday. I had gone up on base. I'm not going to make this a big deal because I'm pretty sure that it's just a matter of the sentries not understanding access when it comes to veterans on Guam. And the only reason why I made it any kind of deal about it is that Guam is very veteran-centric when we talk about base access. We have more people that are veterans that are going on base to shop. And these are veterans that are also elderly citizens that are on a fixed income and have been in the military either as a retiree and shopped at the commissary all their lives, or they are enjoying the fruits of having, the benefits caused by maybe disability. So we have a pretty active. That's the reason why we have Vet Talk every Wednesday, because we realize that we have a pretty good population of veterans. And when we got to the Sentry yesterday, first of all, asked me if my passenger could drive, and I have a real ID and a valid driver's license. I can drive. That doesn't determine your eligibility to get on base. I'm driving someone in there. It doesn't make any difference if that person is able to drive. So that in itself kind of threw me off. And then they said, oh, the rules, veterans are not allowed to sponsor people, which is not also true. But it went through this whole thing. If you were stuck behind us at the gate yesterday, I apologize because when this was a cluster. You want to see how this worked? You want to see how violence can be misconstrued? Wow. We're sitting right there at the gate. Okay. And she says, can the guy drive? And I'm like, right on. Yeah. Right. So she's asking the sentry on the passenger side of there's two of them, right? One on the driver, one on this. So we're flanked by two security guys. Okay. So she asks the second security guy, the male, all right, what's the deal about veterans and then come in? He doesn't know. He calls a supervisor. He's radioing in. She says, can he drive? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, yeah. He starts to get out of the car at the Sentry station.
Okay.
Thinking he's going to go around the car to drive and to get in the passenger seat.
Right
I
on.
turned around. I said, "Get your butt in the car. You do not get out of your car with the Sentry standing right there at the gate." You know what that looks like? And kind of like, okay, he was getting out of the car in a rush, and it kind of looked aggressive.
Right on. Oh.
It was actually a comedy. I wanted to laugh, but it was a serious situation. Anyway, by the time we went back around and settled everything and got on base, I was doing a little bit of the shopping of normal things that he purchases, right? The problem is I don't ever buy produce up there. I was just for the grins of it, I walked by portobello mushrooms. Girl, if that thing wasn't $17.16 or something like that per pound.
Wow.
Cucumbers, $4.92 per pound. It was pricey. It was pricey. I mean, you could get like clean, organic, pre-washed lettuce in containers for $3, but on the, or bacon for $7 or $5 or at the cheapest $3. But it's a give and take. So by the time we were done, and I don't remember how much he spent, but by the time we got to the cashier, she says, it was a product that was there, and she said, it's 99 cents for the taller version of this, which was about 40 cents or 30 cents more than what I was, whatever. But we didn't, apparently he didn't need the larger bottle, so I said, no, it's fine. I guess, it's okay. And then the cashier says, it's really expensive here. I said, yeah. She said, there's a lot of people who are coming in because I think they've opened it up to people who, because the commissary is hurting for dollars, and it's tough. They don't have enough people. They usually open it up to, and they get real deep on who they're going to open it up to. And I think now, beginning October 1st, that construction or contractors are able to go in. And she said, yeah. Somebody came in and they saw they were buying whatever they thought, because you just take it off the shelf because you think it's normally going to be cheaper. And they ended up putting back all of their produce because they did not realize that they were spending that much money on produce. And she said it was sad because, the lady had kids, and, a lot of the produce that we're buying are part of that food pyramid. But they're like, I'm going to have to give and take on the whole food pyramid thing here. And to that, whole point, and to that argument about this, at the same time that we were, especially I think it was during the Obama administration, where Michelle Obama was trying to get people to eat off that food pyramid, right? The standard food pyramid that you learn. It's like all the whatever, these are how many proteins and how many grains or whatever you're supposed to have, vegetables and fruit. They were trying to hit all of the categories on the pyramid. So they did a study, and it was a study done by, I think it was ABC News or something. They went to the market with a regular family, mom, dad, father's employed, mother stays home with the kids. So they had 2 kids and 2 adults in this one household, pretty standard American household at the time. And they went down the list on all of the foods that you should be consuming from the food pyramid. Now we know why people buy food that's not good for you. It's because you could not get all of the foods, and it wasn't even like, we're not talking about quinoa, right? I mean, that's like fancy grain. Quinoa is $14 for a package. I don't care where you go, it's expensive. So if you even were going to go for that kind of grain as opposed to maybe like, I don't know, dry pinto beans or something, there's a huge difference in that protein and what you can afford, right? Some of it's more foo-foo protein than the other. But they tried to get just a reasonable amount of groceries just to feed 4 people with 2 children, with no other fancy stuff, no fruit roll-ups, right? No juice boxes, none of the fancy things that kids want in their lunch pail. Just stick into the food pyramid. They couldn't afford it. So they went back in, same store, same time, went back in and bought the groceries that the parents budget for. None of them had vegetables, not even canned vegetables, not even frozen vegetables. They were able to throw in like a couple of oranges and maybe a head of lettuce, but that was pretty much it. So these kids were largely living on preservatives, high foods, high sugary foods, cereals, and canned goods. And that has not changed much since that study was done. I mean, the actual field trip that they took in the store. Not much has changed. In fact, it has probably become more difficult, especially with these tariffs. It's expensive. It's getting so tough for people out there to just get their basic needs, that getting a little bit of a $200 supplemental before the $2,300 kicks in sometime in the next couple of weeks or months is a lot. But I tell you what, based on what people were buying in the grocery to include some of these veterans who have these benefits, $200 doesn't go very far. Imagine what that's like if you don't have those same kind of benefits to be able to shop on base. There's not a whole lot you can get. So if Christmas from Nana is going to be a little bit skimpy this time of year, trust that she's probably having a harder time with it than you are. I did ask when we were going to I sent a note to when, because that's like the age-old question. People are asking, when will there be? Crystal says for the Okay. I said, do you have a date for COLA release? She said, for the upcoming fiscal year, we usually do it in October. I don't have a set date at the moment. Okay. So, like I said, anywhere in the next several weeks, that additional $2,300 to fill your 26 fiscal year COLA payment is going to be happening. So, brace yourselves. There will be a little bit of money that's going to be traveling around, but you're also going to be having to match the higher prices. And this is in addition to, effective yesterday, the water rates went up for GWA, which, compounds the stress that people are under, particularly if you're affected by the contamination, which also, by the way, has made the national cut. Let me find out where that story is, but somebody sent me a story about how our contamination has made the national news. I'm be able to surely be able to find it in just a few minutes, but it's out there. Whenever you have a jurisdiction that's suffering from some kind of infrastructure problems, especially when it comes to contaminated water, these environmentalists show up for it. And, they keep an eye on these places where you're going to be seeing people compromised because of things as natural as water coming out of the tap. Who's this?
We got Mike on the line, man.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, morning, Patty. I'm not going to talk about any sports right now. I was just going to let you know the other day that it's already been 1 year since my mom had passed away, and also her birthday was yesterday.
Oh, happy heavenly birthday. I'm pretty sure you miss her, Mike.
Oh, I do. But for me personally, the more I talk about it, that's when I'll openly admit, I'll show my vulnerability to a certain extent, and start to tear and choke up. But then I always think, what would Clayton Kershaw do in that moment, and bring it back to sports? But other than that, how about the shutdown?
Yeah, it's pretty painful for people. And what's even scarier than the shutdown is the strategy by the president to say this is, some good things, he said, to quote him yesterday, good things can come from this shutdown, and that will be to further dig into the employment numbers of federal workers, that some of them will actually be, their positions they'll be fired from their jobs. And that, when you're out of work right now because there's been a shutdown, you have to also think about whether or not there's going to be a job for you to go back to. And that does not boost the morale of workers in America that might find themselves on an unemployment line. after this federal shutdown. It's pretty scary. I can see that there's going to be a lot of people who are stressing out, but
I was going to say it's about as bad as what his current so-called Secretary of War said to those generals and admirals.
Don't get me started. There's all sorts of yucky that came out of that one. I think that Trump...
there's more than yuck that came out, and that's not even including the old Hanna-Barbera cartoon of Mighty Man and Yuck, where Yuck. There was a reason why Yuck had to wear a doghouse so Mighty Man could fight battle and all that stuff. Anyways, you guys have a great day today, and it's almost a weekend again.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to that. I do want to sort of end this thing, and not end this, but kind of put something for you, Mike, that over the years that you have been calling the station, you've done so with your mother sitting right beside you. So you've always shared your compassion and your loyalty to taking care of her and being her primary, right? So I think that they always say that you will be rewarded for the contributions and the loyalty and patience and compassion you have for your parents in their end days. So I would take great stock in knowing that all of those years that you were able to delight her, knowing that she taught you well and raised you as a good son, your memories of her will always be good.
Well, truth be told, sometimes she was around when I was talking to you guys. The only time she was around was when I had to give her the answer to the time capsule question because I couldn't play that week.
Well, that's what I remember. The times that you would call had to do with the time capsule, and she was usually right there. Yeah.
Well, a good one was when Bob Underwood used to do his show in the evenings, and we called up once, and she asked him a question in which Bob couldn't even answer.
Oh, well, good.
And the thing that was even funnier was when because he started singing one of the Christmas carols. I started going on, and he's like, "Hey, my God, hey, got some."
Well, great memory. Great memory.
But on that note, though, thank you, and see, now you got me teared a little bit.
I'm sorry.
And I'm trying to hold it in because if I show that I actually have a heart and compassion, then people are going to look at me like, "What? Come on, dude! You're not supposed to be that guy."
Oh, stop! That's just an old myth that males try to convince themselves that they're going to be looking.
You should know my sarcasm to a certain extent at this point in venture.
Yeah,
I
do.
But in all honesty, thank you, and I appreciate the kind words, and you guys have a great day.
We will. You too, Mike. Take good care.
Okay. Bye.
Great thoughts for you and for your family. It's now time to take your CBS News break, and I'm pretty sure that what you're thinking about is what CBS News is going to be reporting about, and that's the federal shutdown. That'll be followed by some Skylar news and some DICE traffic and the weather. Here on Mornings with Patti, we are KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The military is designed to handle foreign threats, but at a gathering of commanders in Virginia today, President Trump shared his vision for using the military for domestic purposes.
San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places, and we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war, too. It's a war from within.
In Portland, Oregon, where National Guard troops could arrive this week, City Council President Alana Pirtle-Guinea.
The National Guard in Oregon, and these are Oregonians that we're talking about, are used to being deployed to support their communities when we have major fires. This type of law enforcement action is certainly not what Portland is asking for.
There is a government shutdown looming. It could happen overnight if no deal is reached, and that doesn't seem likely. CBS's Nicole Killian's been talking to federal workers about how they will be impacted.
They talked about how this has overall, since the start of this year, with the DOGE cuts, with the gutting of federal government, that it has really impacted morale. And they're kind of operating from a standpoint of, look, whether it's a shutdown or not, we're kind of under this understanding that we could be fired at any minute, whether that's legally or illegally. So, many of these workers are trying to take it in stride. Also, at the same time, though, knowing that they're going to still have bills to pay and, really trying to strategize and think about how they will get through a shutdown.
Hamas says it will study President Trump's latest peace plan for Gaza. Deborah Potter reports from Tel Aviv. We could learn its response soon.
Sources close to the process have told CBS News that Hamas is leaning towards accepting the peace plan and will hand over their response to Egypt and Qatar tomorrow.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has already thrown his support behind it, and if Hamas refuses, the U.S. could give Israel an even freer hand to continue its offensive. CBS's Michael George reports on new research showing why it's important to pay attention to warning signs about your health.
99% of people who had a heart attack, stroke, or heart failure have warning signs ahead of time. That's according to a new Northwestern University study that finds key risk factors almost always precede cardiac events. Those risk factors include high blood pressure, cholesterol, glucose, or a history of smoking. These findings challenge the idea that heart attacks and strokes often happen without warning.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower ahead of a potential government shutdown. The Dow is off by 135. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Major League Baseball's second season gets underway today with 4 wild card matchups. Reporter Erica Herskowitz.
First up, the Tigers visit the Guardians. Then the Cubs host the Padres before the Yankees and Red Sox meet in the Bronx, where starter Garrett Crochet will face fellow southpaw Max Fried.
When I step between those lines, that I'm competing, leaving 100% of everything I have out there. There's no guarantee that I'm going to have another start. So from here on out, this could be the last one. So we're going to kind of empty the tank.
After the Yanks and Red Sox, the night wraps up with the Dodgers opening up their best-of-3 wildcard series against the Reds at Chavez Ravine. Erica Herskowitz for CBS News.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's downplaying President Trump's climate skepticism and has thrown his weight behind the Vatican's environmental initiative. He says individual choice and the moral leadership of the Catholic Church are more important than politics. He's devoted time to environmental causes since leaving politics. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. It's the Wave 105 FM, and you are tuned in to Mornings with Patti. We are streaming live and online at thewave105.com. You can find us on the World Wide Web. Like, subscribe, follow, and do share our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, the medical city where patients are partners. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Subway, Eat Fresh. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. GTA, we start with you. Patch Tinting and Detailing, and Sherwin-Williams Paint. We have your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, brought to you by McDonald's. Bringing on the fall flavors. Treat yourself today to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in for a limited time. It's only with our friends at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The federal government has shut down yesterday as lawmakers in Capitol Hill debate on how to fund the United States government for the next fiscal year. According to the Office of Congressman James Moylan, passport processing, student aid disbursements, and the WIC program funding are some of the services that will be impacted by the shutdown, but essential operations like military, mail delivery, and Social Security and Medicare payments will continue uninterrupted. Local elected leaders took time yesterday to reassure the public. Governor Lilian Guerrero said yesterday afternoon that she instructed all line agencies to review and prepare contingency plans to minimize the effect of the shutdown. Senator Jesse Lujan said that his office is monitoring the shutdown closely, saying that the lack of guidance from federal government adds anxiety for national government employees and contractors. In more news, the Guam Memorial Hospital Board of Trustees has named Dr. Jolene Uggan the interim administrator of GMH, following the recent retirement of its former administrator, Lillian Perez Posadas. Dr. Uggan is a pulmonologist as well as a critical care physician who has served a number of roles at GMH, including the COVID-19 medical director, associate administrator of clinical services, and associate administrator of medical services, among other critical roles at the hospital. Uggan said yesterday in a statement that her goal as interim administrator is to lay the groundwork for the next administrator, saying that the strength of GMH lies in its patients and the staff that works there. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Good morning, Guam. Hafa Adai, everyone. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and hit the streets. Once again, this will be another look at your real deal traffic report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. We want you to schedule a test drive today by calling 478-AUTO or check out our inventory. It's on our website at guamautospot.com. And our friends at Mobile Gas Stations. Be sure to download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. All right, let's see if we can give you guys a heads up this morning, as we do have construction activities continuing along Route 1 and Route 6 intersection between Slingstone Coffee and Tea and Pacific Welding Services. DPW will also be side cutting along Route 2 from Hoggett to Humatek. That's at 9 a.m. this morning, possibly till 3 o'clock. So motorists, please proceed with caution. Do remain alert for the traffic control signs and the work crew, and you may want to prepare for some delayed time this morning. Getting up and around Tamuning this morning, you got ITC, FHP intersection, Jack in the Box. We got north and both southbound traffic. Getting around Hagåtña, we'll be done with east. No delays in Anigua as well as Asan this morning. It's going to change up when you get around PD this morning, as we do have some traffic developing outside of the Veterans Cemetery as well as Jose Rios Middle School. School buses are making rounds. Eyes on the roads, no texting and driving. Ensure that your seatbelts are fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper booster and car seats. streets. Your real deal traffic report here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot.
At Wave 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow a working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, from flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs, delicious Italianos, mouthwatering clubs, to the high-protein deli heroes. The Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor. Get what you're craving for today. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Sorry, I feel like I'm in a talk show. I mean, a game show with that.
Oh.
That's that song, music that sounds very
K-pop.
Is that what that is?
K-pop.
Come on, that's not K-pop, is
Yeah,
it?
it's
Nah,
K-pop. It's
like-
K-pop.
That sounds like a game show from back in the 60s. You know what it sounds like? Have you ever seen The Dating Game?
No. God, no.
They did a whole movie on it. I can't remember the name of that game. It's like that to take off from The Dating Game. It was a 60s, 70s show where it was like flower power background, the big petals of flowers, and girls were in like those mini skirts and stuff, and the bouffant hair like the high with the curl on the end, all of it. Okay. Bell bottoms and all that stuff. Anyway, they would have 3 bachelors that were behind, or bachelorettes, behind a wall. And she had just came out, and it was a thing. And the music was groovy. The whole scene was groovy. And all of it was just a groovy time. Mike was talking about what happened yesterday in Quantico, Virginia, where an assembly of admirals and generals left their posts from all over the globe to come to the Marine Corps base to get, it sounds like, what it would have been like a briefing kind of thing, but to be raked over the coals basically by the Secretary of, I don't know, War, right? I guess the changing of the name shows the aggression of the secretary on the military. And there are a couple of things about this country. And when it comes to the military, it is the most revered part of our functions and operations of the United States. The strongest military might and a force to not reckon with. And they come from somewhere, these kids that join the military, and they're indoctrinated into the values that America stands to defend itself from foreign enemy. So there's a lot of, they break you down. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you probably watched it in the movies, or you saw it with your own family members. When you come in, you become a product of the United States defense. You are people call it brainwashed, people call it indoctrination, people just say this is just what training looks like when you have to separate yourself and your emotions from the overall mission of the United States of America, right? Sounds real patriotic, and there's some people will find a lot of flaw in how they do things and the way that this training and has gone for, depending on the military branch. It serves the purpose that everybody comes through there and unburdening themselves from their politics and from their emotions, and understanding what the mission is based on what that branch of service that you have entered. So when you get the top brass, these are people who have been there for a long time, have reached the top of the game, and you walk into a meeting that you've called, which is not unprecedented, but it's extremely rare that you would get all of this brass together in one room, summons to be there, and you think you're walking into a rally, and you preempted you weren't even supposed to be there. Trump wasn't supposed to be there. You preempt your visit or your participation in this Secretary of War's dressing down of this military brass by saying, if I don't like someone that's there, I'm going to fire them on the spot. Well, then in that case, he probably would have fired everybody that was sitting in that room, because the stoicism that was displayed amongst this rank was actually something to be proud of. To watch these guys consume the messages that they were getting and not responding. I heard a couple of whoops and hoo-hoos, but it certainly wasn't the larger group. We can tear that apart, and I intend to. We have to tear that apart because we are a military-rich community. And we all know somebody who has been in the military. And if it's the highest ranks of people that are serving currently here on Guam in the National Guard or elsewhere in the world, or if you are, related to somebody who's been in the military for all their entire lives, that must hurt their heart to see the dressing down of these guys, these men and women. And what the women had to say about this is another thing. We could talk about that. But first of all, before we get there, I want to bring into the conversation and a congratulations, hearty at that, to the newest 2025 Right Livelihood Laureate, Julian Uggen, extraordinaire, Esquire, I don't know what else, human rights lawyer, shining star, golden boy from Guam. Congratulations on this. How you doing, Julian? Good morning.
Oh my God, you're so crazy. Hi, how are you? I'm good. I'm
my
so
gosh.
good.
I've got to say, they did the introduction. I was grateful to get the link so that I could watch this unfold, you being the first laureate on the list of those 4 that were being honored yesterday. But this is we say that it's a great get for Guam, but overall in these Pacific Island nations, this means more globally, I think, as a matter of importance, because these polluters of our climate are having to sit up and take notice. So this is a great honor. Tell me how you feel.
Yeah, it really is. When they gave me the call, right, they call you from Sweden. They're based there. It's kind of a thing that you don't expect to happen, because it's just a great honor. They call it the the Alternative Nobel Prize, and it's given every year around this time. They sort of weirdly time it sort of the same week as the Nobel Prizes, actually. But it's this incredible moment, and I think it's just a way to honor the work that was done. So I shared the award, to be clear. I'm sharing it with the Pacific Island students fighting climate change. This is the group of young 27 law students from Vanuatu and other Pacific Island countries that got together and basically hatched this plan, right, almost 6 years ago, to bring the world's biggest problem to the world's highest court. And so that's just what we did together, collectively, deeply, collaboratively. Just basically all of the climate vulnerable people of the world rose up and brought this case. And thankfully, we were successful. We won all of the legal issues. Now, basically, it's very clear that states that fail to discharge their climate-related duties properly expose themselves to liability under international law. So it really is a new moment. It's a new moment of climate accountability, and I'm so grateful to have been a part of it. And now I'm so grateful that, to have been awarded to share this honor with the students. It's really a moment. I appreciate all of it.
It's a classic David and Goliath story is what is so attractive about this, because like you said, it's just a small nation of students that got together with you as their voice to bring this to the highest court in the world. And then to be so successful, the impact of this, and especially on America, that tends to think that they're mightiest of authority over the rest of the world, eliminates or it exempts them from having to answer to the world about the change in climate and pollution. And that's a really big statement.
Yeah. And and the important thing, legally speaking, right, is that the world's highest court has now given this authoritative legal guidance, basically, in effect, eliminating all of the dark corners in which powerful countries and major emitters like to hide. So basically, they just dismissed all of the major evasive arguments that major emitters have long sort of advanced in climate negotiations, every year at the COP. All of these arguments that they've relied on for decades are no longer tenable, meaning they're just not legally supported anymore, because now we have clarity, and it's a really amazing thing. It really is.
Yeah. So what does this all mean now? I mean, great for your CV for sure. This is a high honor for you. Could you? The other alternative to this alternative Pulitzer is to actually win one.
Yeah, no, exactly. But yeah, this is I think it's in some ways more significant and more special, right, than the Pulitzer finalist thing, because it's this thing that. It's this award that's really not about the individual, but it's honoring the sort of young, sort of visionary and courageous spirit. Just to go back to your last comment, there was no shortage of naysayers when we first embarked. We set out on this road. The students themselves, our law firm, it was just Vanuatu. There was so much naysaying. And I mean specifically that lawyers from the global north, like London and New York, they're like, oh, this is too ambitious. This legal question would never work. So lawyers and legal teams from various countries like, no, we need to water this down. We need to maybe aim lower. It was crazy, just the amount of sort of people who are actually sort of standing in the way of progress because they're so afraid of change. They're so afraid of what we actually got now, which is a radical departure from business as usual. A lot of people even claim that they want change, but they don't. They actually are lovers of the status quo. And it wasn't for those people. This was for the people that understand that we are in a terrible place at a planetary level, and something fundamental needs to change. So really, this award is probably, the most special one that ever won or shared in, because it honors that sort of fighting spirit, and moral clarity that the moment requires of all of us.
And to that point, though, if you're talking about these powers that are naysaying, like you say, you have to actually match money with the money, because the bottom line comes to these large companies or corporations or these or these countries that expend a lot of money to do the status quo.
For sure. But what's great about the opinion, though, Patti, is that it really unambiguously opened the door to climate reparations.
Yeah.
It unlocked the full panoply, the full range of sort of the secondary roles of state responsibility. What that means is that restitution, monetary compensation, and satisfaction. So basically all of the sort of the bundle of things that you get under that sort of area of law is reparations, and now we have that.
And
thanks to this opinion.
Yeah,
it's the first time we've ever had this.
So how would that be played out in
many different ways? I mean, individuals who are rights holders can bring claims in domestic, regional, international courts and tribunals. States can sue other states. For example, a climate vulnerable small island developing state can easily turn around and bring a contentious case against a major emitter or producer of fossil fuels. Basically, there's a range. The members of the future generations, because this case also features intergenerational equity. So basically, members of the present even generation, we are all rights, and we are all allowed to bring against those that are actually wrecking the climate system, because wrecking the climate system is now, legally speaking, illegal.
Well, and
there's no ambiguity left.
Yeah.
So it's really a new era.
Well, and to, if you want to bring it home a little bit, I actually asked you about this the last time, and you could drive that point home about how Guam has been overlooked when it comes to Pacific radiation and the victims that have been long surviving under these unfair rules of jurisdictions that can be covered with federal benefits as a result of downwinding. So,
yeah, that's a whole other struggle. But also, like people like Robert Celestial and the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors, they're doing amazing work. I mean, there's still clearly work to be done, because look at what keeps happening.
Right.
Little tweaks here and there that effectively exclude people from Guam from downwind compensation for radiation exposure. So, but yes, we need to fight all of those battles at once, really.
Yeah.
But this case is so great because doctrinally it opens the door, and people now can walk in with their claims and figure out what are the most viable things that they wish to pursue and what they really want. And not everyone wants just cash. People want really specific things like ecosystem restoration, restoring arable land so that they can grow their root crops. That's what the women of Yakel village in Vanuatu want, for example, right? Mm-hmm. So it's just a whole wide range. But the point is that the door is open now, and the world has been invited to walk through it.
So are they calling Blue Ocean Law for representation?
We'll see. There's a lot happening. I'm in a pregnant pause. I'm trying to take a beat.
Well
I would like
deserved.
to have a tiny break before anything else. But yes, there's a lot of excitement around the world right now. Countries and communities alike looking.
We're certainly all celebrating you and this prestigious honor and how you brought that spotlight to Guam. I know it's not incidental that you are just an attorney that happens to be from Guam. You are from Guam, a Guam boy who has adopted this whole concept and this whole idea that we in these islands have been treated unfairly culturally and environmentally. And we probably don't have enough people saying thank you. But thank you, and I'm so glad you're my friend.
I really appreciate it.
It's my honor.
Have a wonderful day.
You as well. Julian Uggan from Blue Ocean Law fought the big fight in front of the International Court of Justice and won. And now he's being recognized for it, and we are certainly proud of that badge of honor that he now gets to wear. Congressman James Moylan is on the line with us this morning. Good morning, sir. Thank you for waiting and deferring to Julian's time.
Sure. Yeah. Hi, Patty. Yeah. And good afternoon or good evening from D.C.
Yes. Thank you very much for calling us this morning. Is there anything that you want to add? We do have the list of things, but there are still some people out there that are wanting to make sure that these services that are on Guam will either, will continue eventually, and this is just a pause while we figure out the federal shutdown.
I can go through a few, and hopefully these are the topics that they're interested in, like starting with Social Security and Medicare. No, the payment's not going to stop. Payments continue, but new applications or services requested, there's going to be some delay. But otherwise, payments continue with Social Security and Medicare. Then for our veterans, we're passionate about the veterans. So veterans still get their medical care. Will they still get their medical care and benefits? Well, the answer is yes. and VA hospitals and clinics stay open. So most of the benefits will continue for our veterans. And how about the military personnel? Their payment, will they still be paid? They stay on duty, but pay may be delayed until funding resumes. So these are all essential services that will including disaster response. They're open. Our postal services, they're open. Military operations will continue as well. So mail is going to be delivered since it's self-funded and continues normal operations. I even did a tour today at the Capitol because we had the Teachers of the Year over here with Guam and CNMI. I can do that while I'm here too, and so for like responses. If we're waiting on federal governments for certain responses, we're going to see some delays. So they'll have to contact that office directly. And my office will definitely we remain open and accessible through this shutdown. So if there's anything, of course, we can do, or you can reach me at email. That's james.moylan@mail.house.gov, or just give a call. That's 671-922-6673.
Unfortunately, we heard from the president yesterday before, and they were doing a lot of countdowns on the media, like 7 hours, 7 minutes, 7 seconds down to it. He described that he says there's some good that comes from this shutdown, because it will now force him to decrease the federal employment ranks, and there we can expect that he's going to fire federal workers this week. So for some who are just right at the moment not working with or without pay because they're non-essential positions, face the possibility that they're going to be non-essential to the federal government at all. There's that level of scare as well.
Well, that's why I'm here, and it is within the president's authority how he decides and all what to do. That's a presidential decision. The Office of Budget and Management put out the directions to their agencies to determine who is essential. So we recommend for the federal employees to seek their guidance on their website for that. But the reason the government is closed down is because we don't have the votes through Senate. We know we have the majority of votes, and the reason this is not working right now is because the minority doesn't want to do it. Schumer doesn't want to do it. Jeffries doesn't want to do it. So we got to get through this. There are things, of course, that they put into their version of the CR, which adds trillions of dollars to the deficit. But that with the CR that we have in place, that's till November 21st, so we don't shut down the government like it's been done now, where we should be staying open so we can get things done. So basically, we did our job in Congress, and we passed a clean CR, which now they're making this look like it's a negotiating table. No, it's not under negotiations. We just want to keep the federal government open so we can continue. And the Dems must decide if they want to open or close. And so far, as of today, after so many of you, I think they had 3 votes, they want to close it, right? There's some concerns about WIC. And that who's doing that? The Democrats are doing that. We want to open that. And we have that in the CR so the funding continues. We're not going to throw people out of the bus, right? We're not destroying anything. We did our job. We want this to go through. We can talk about this. The CR extends until November 21st so that we can keep things open, clean or not.
It sounds like the House Democrats are opposing this because of the implications of what happens to credits and tax credits for those under the Affordable Care Act, and that this is not, this doesn't sound like it's a political argument over, the federal budget bill as much as it is. There is concerns about who is actually going to be receiving health care support through that budget bill.
Yeah, well, this is a political argument, and that's why we had to get it settled in this period, and that's what we were supposed to be doing. They dragged their feet on that side for quite some time to get it to this point where now they're holding the gun against the head, right? So we don't want to do that. We understand completely that this is important. WIC's important. All this funding is important. We got a lot of good measures and appropriation for the Mariana Islands, for Guam, and for the defense of the nation. But this is what they have done to us. We did our job. We stuck to it, and now they're holding us ransom. We're waiting for them to fall. We've been in constant communication with the Speaker. Just yesterday, I had a call with the Speaker, and today also I had an update call with the Speaker. I'm here to do the job and get it passed, and that's why we passed the original CR initially, and we passed the CR to keep the government open, and we can deliberate while it's open.
Again, I was, as I'm looking at these arguments, that in this current funding debate that the Democrats have pushed to restore or even extend these tax credits under the ACA and reverse some of the cuts that are being made to Medicaid. That's primarily the argument. And so that matters still I think they're digging their heels in for that exact reason. And what I meant by this is not a party argument. It is definitely got some teeth in what the Democrats are trying to do.
Yeah, well, they lost in the H.R. 1, and the House passed. It was deployed, and we had Democrat votes as well on that. And now they're trying to bring it on back because they don't like Trump, and they're making this political, and it's a hostage situation right now. And the United States shouldn't accept that, nor should the people of Guam accept that either. And negotiate, then you get the federal government back to work, and that's where we talk. And if they don't have enough votes, too bad.
Well, absolutely, but the Democrats are not in charge. The presidency is Republican. The House, the Senate is Republican.
Right. The Democrats are holding back their votes. We're getting them slowly. I think we got 3 of them, and we're just wearing them down. And they're in charge because now they're holding it hostage because they know they need more votes than we have Republicans in there. So please, when you get to the voting booth, wherever you are in the United States, and you have the opportunity to vote for the federal side, know what's happening with this Democrat on the federal side too. So they're holding it hostage. They lost the vote with the big bill, big, beautiful bill, however they want to call it, the H.R. 1, that included these cuts, and now they don't like it, and now they're trying to do this. So it's very disappointing.
So back to Guam, we have a few offices that are within the government of Guam. People are asking about the passport office. I know that they won't be able to gain passports because that's a service that they get from the federal government. But and I'm not sure whether or not going to the passport office today is going to make a big difference on your application if it's not going to get pushed through. Do you know any details on that?
It should be functioning, but it's going to be, there are some delays also. And just to go back one more time on our lovely senators in Washington, D.C., we need 60 votes, right? And so the Democrats, we did our Republicans, and now the Democrats are where they're at. So they're holding it hostage. And we have measures, and we're talking with Department on the passport offices. Just today, we're talking to the passport office on what we can do to have it come to Guam, and we're talking to them. These are important things that we're talking for the people of Guam, the Mariana Islands, and here we are in a hostage situation because some Democrats are just not happy with the big one beautiful bill, and they want to continue this talk. Come to the floor and talk about it on the floor. Open the federal government.
I think on its face, if you'll indulge me in the point that I was making, that it's difficult to understand that the Democrats are holding hostage an entire system that's run by Republicans. That's my only point.
60 votes is what I need in Senate. There aren't 60 Republicans. It's math, right? And it's difficult for me to understand why the Democrats in Senate want to hold the nation. You're correct. It is difficult to understand logic and the protection of our nation. So that's where it's at today. Let's hope for something better tomorrow.
Yeah, what's the plan here? There's like some people. I think there's the holiday Yom Kippur is coming up. So there's not going to be any movement inside Congress to defer to that holiday.
That's right, and the speaker continues having meetings with us, and then we get updates. But that's why I'm staying here. That's why I'm staying here. So when we're ready to come back to the floor, I can make sure that our amendments and stuff we have in appropriations, we can get through this process and finally, get people over their current issues and actually get to work and do the latest jobs that we're supposed to be doing in Washington D.C.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, thanks for updating us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Also looking forward to coming back home one day.
Okay. Well, yeah. All right.
Good talking to you, Patty.
All right. Good talking to you too. Congressman Jim Moylan. Well, that's all fired up. Yeah, they are taking the day for Yom Kippur, which is the most important, holiest day of the Jewish year and the Day of Atonement. That whole thing is not lost on me while we're having this big old battle inside Congress. There it is. It's the bottom of the hour has passed us, but we're going to go ahead and take that break. Yes, we'll be right back.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning and welcome back. You are tuned in to Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM. And the following is a Guam Open Government Law announcement. The Committee on the Arts, Culture, Historic Preservation, and Hagåtña Restoration will hold a public hearing on Thursday, October 9th at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the public hearing room of the Guam Congress Building with the following agenda. The appointment of Sina Zena Ruiz as a Chamorro Culture representative and member to the Guam Historic Preservation Review Board. The committee is inviting the public to provide testimony during the hearing or submit written testimony via hand delivery, post, or electronic mail to the office of Senator Shelley V. Calvo. All government activities, programs, and services are accessible for people with disabilities in compliance with Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Interested parties who wish to provide testimony or require assistance or special accommodations to fully participate in this public hearing should contact Ms. Nicole Guerrero at the office of Senator Shelley Calvo at 671-989-5682. This proceeding was an open government law announcement. Your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The Guam International Airport Authority announced yesterday that it has received a $10.4 million grant from the Federal Aviation Administration to upgrade passenger loading bridges and to install a fully integrated fire alarm and suppression system. GIAA said yesterday that many of the loading bridges have been in service since 1996 and that some were damaged by Typhoon Mawar back in 2023. The funding will reconstruct or replace 5 of the 19 loading bridges at the main terminal. In addition, GIAA will commission a design study to improve accessibility of the bridges for individuals who have disabilities. The airport also said that the introduction of a fully integrated fire alarm and suppression system has become a need in recent years as the airport has grown in square footage. In more news, the Tumon Night Market will continue following a successful 9-week pilot program that attracted thousands of attendees and generated millions in vendor revenue. GVB made the announcement yesterday at a press conference held at its headquarters in Tumon. GVB's Vice President Gerald Perez said yesterday that the Sunday night market averages more than 3,000 attendees and involves more than 80 vendors and 40 entertainers. He said that the estimated revenue captured per night is about $250,000, while the Bureau invests about $39,000 per night to operate the event. Perez said that the long-term future of the market depends on sustainability, stating that if GVB can continue to afford the night market and continue to generate arrivals, the Sunday night market may become a permanent fixture like the Wednesday night market in Chamorro Village. GVB's Sunday night market will continue again on August 12th through to December 21st. Reporting for the Mariana's Business Journal, The Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
At Way 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
Hafa Adai Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join The Bright Side on Wave 105.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, the Subway Series celebrates Subway's over 60 years of expertise in sandwich making. From flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs to delicious Italianos, mouth-watering clubs, and the high-protein deli heroes, the Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor with a perfect combination of choice meats, cheeses, fresh and hand-sliced veggies, freshly baked breads, and signature sauces. The Subway Series is curated from hundreds of chef-inspired recipes to earn a coveted spot on the Subway Series menu. Get what you're craving for today at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Okay. I just got off the phone with Congressman Moylan. Somebody writes on my WhatsApp. He says it takes 60 votes in the Senate to approve the bill and pass all legislation. There's only 53 Republicans in the Senate. Got that. They need the 7 Democrats, which is, of course, something that he said, to approve and pass the bill and avoid the federal government shutdown. That's what he was trying to explain, Congressman Moylan. And I was saying, why is this happening if the Republicans are the majority? They need the 60 votes and they need 7 Democrats to vote alongside them. So, yes, the mechanics definitely there. But here's the thing. In the Senate, most legislation obviously requires that there be 60 votes to overcome a filibuster. But this isn't just about a simple majority, 51. It's about ending the debate, right, and moving this bill for passage. So you've got 53 seats of Republicans, 47 are Democrats. That includes the independents who caucus with them. And then to reach the 60, clearly Republicans would need the 7 Democrats, which is exactly what he's saying. But here's why the Democrats have the leverage. If they withhold all of their votes, the Republicans can't reach 60, established on that. So this gives them the bargaining power, which Moylan is framing as holding it hostage. So even though the Republicans are the majority, they just can't simply pass this bill alone under the Senate rules. And there's another reason why. they have a majority, but they don't have a super majority, and that's why they need the 7, and that's why the Democrats can stall or demand concessions. But the Democrats here, what it sounded like by holding it hostage, compelled me to say, well, you guys have the majority in all branches of the government now. What's the problem? The Democrats are using this leverage because they know the Republicans don't have the vote, and they need the bargaining power, which is not the same thing as holding it hostage. I think that the choice of words by holding it hostage seems to mean, as I made the point, they're just politically trying to flub this, and they're using this to shut down the government to prove a point. I don't think that that's what's happening on either side of the party. I don't think that any party wants to own this. I'm just saying that it's not a matter of holding a hostage as much as they're using their leverage to get some bargains being done with the narrative by the Republicans. And I heard Mike Johnson say yesterday to Caitlin Collins on CNN that this whole thing is because the Democrats want to extend health care to illegal immigrants. That's what they're saying on the Republican side, and that's not simply just the truth. That it's a nuance, but it certainly isn't what the argument is about. I mean, it is what the argument is about, but it's not true that that's what the Democrats are asking for. Okay, so we can continue to do that, but bottom line, to the point of the viewer, Republicans do have a majority, but they don't have a super majority. That's why they need the 7 Democrats, and why the Democrats can stall or demand concessions. It's all in the bargaining. It's not in hostage taking, just for the sake of hostage taking. All right, who am I talking to?
Oh, we have D. Cruz.
Oh, D. Cruz. D. Cruz got nothing to do.
Hey, Patty.
You got nothing to do today, so you work at the U.S.
No, I don't. It's not that I don't have nothing to do. It's amazing when you're on furlough and your schedule has just gotten double busy. Like I'm on my way right now to
go check the mail,
shopping.
right? Yeah, I know.
I'm going to go check. I'm going to go check the mail.
Yeah.
I've got grocery shopping.
Yeah.
And then I've got time for lunch. So I've got lunch with a couple of instructors that are instructing some class at a couple of classes up at Homeland.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Yeah. So I had to move our lunch.
Oh,
today
I see what what you're saying. You had to move me to defer to your
yes,
call. Okay.
because they fly out tomorrow morning, one of the instructors in that class was my instructor for the Advanced Academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland. So she flew here to teach a class, reached out to me, and was like, "Hey, I'm flying out tomorrow," and I was like, "Oh my gosh, okay, let me shift some stuff around because I was supposed to have lunch with one of my best friends." And I said, "But she lives here, so it'll work out." So,
that's a nice way. That's a nice way of dropping me. I defer. I defer to the fact that she may not get home because she may not have a job when she gets back. There's one. Two, because I always want great things for you. I'm a really good friend. So if you have to,
you are.
I want only good things for you.
You do. You want good things for everybody, and then you don't ask anything in return. So I'm already telling you.
I wouldn't go that far. I am not done with you yet. I just, you just burned me for lunch, so I think I'm going to need a favor. No, but first of all, you work for the U.S. Coast Guard. That's what Dee does. You are a federal civilian employee?
Yes.
Okay, and so your job has been at the moment on pause because there's no money to pay you.
That's correct. I am not exempt because I don't. Well, the only civilians that for the Coast Guard here are the command center because they're 24/7. Right. They're operational. They're mission essential. Right. Like highly, they need to be in there.
Okay.
And my job is writing plans and exercising and training them. So I understand. I can't get into the whole. I just was listening to you earlier about that whole debacle, but I can't comment on that. But what I can say is that if anybody wanted to have lunch with me, in the next, however long this happened. And then I also,
You're free.
was funny, is I ran into, last night I went to pick up some Thai food, and I ran into one of the senators, a Republican senator in the restaurant that I was at.
Yeah.
And I was telling him, I was like, well, if you see me at Chief Kapua with a cardboard sign, please give generous.
Oh, I hope it doesn't come to that. How secure is how secure is your job? Because we're talking about the president saying this might be a good turnout because he'll be able to fire federal workers and decrease the federal employment system.
I have faith in our jobs here with the Coast Guard, and if anything, that it's a scary feeling, Patty. No one is 100% sure of their job. No one, and it is what it is. And if I have to go out and market, if that's where it's going, then that's where it's going to be. And I'll who wouldn't want me in their office? You got a 30-minute. You got a 30-minute Netflix comedy show, and then you've got, the rest of it is work.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I don't know who doesn't want you in their office. I can't think of a single person that would not. In fact, I think this is what I feel like I should do. I feel like I should probably ring up the president and telling him what your worth is. Yeah,
my gosh! No.
Because
I
Marlon gave me his number, so I'm just gonna. I'm kidding.
I believe every single civilian employee that works for DoD and DHS is critical and crucial to their position. I truly believe that, and I've worked with so many people that are really good at their job, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity because I came from Homeland, right?
Yeah.
Without Homeland, I wouldn't have gotten where I am at now, and Homeland is always going to be in my heart, the foundation of emergency management, and that's where I learned everything. Well, before that was the fire department, and I love the fire department as well. But,
all right. Well,
but
okay. Well, Dee's ready for the honeydew list. Anybody wanting to do something, run errands, go shopping?
I also do yard work. I do yard work on the side.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that one.
So I do bush cutting, and I could do water blasting. That seems pretty, safe.
See, I just had all of that done in the last month. I wish I'd known.
Oh man!
Yeah.
I wish you would have known. I would have been at your house. All you had to do was feed me.
You know what? Next time when it starts growing, but I have a guy, and he's just this guy.
He's amazing.
He's. I don't want him to be unemployed. He's a kid, and he just does. It's hard to find people who want to do that kind of work.
Well,
it's not.
And trust. It's all about trusting people to come to your house.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
you have. I've been to your house, Patty, many a time, and people have stuff outside, right? We have stuff outside our house, and you and I live at the end of a street, right? So there's a one way in, one way out kind of situation.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's hard to trust folks to come and do yard work.
Well, you also have to You also have to insert here that even if I live at the house at the end of the block, nobody knows Maggie. You know Maggie.
Oh,
Maggie.
God. Jeez. Maggie is like a TSA/ICE she's immigration.
Yeah.
She is.
She's
I'm
Border
telling
Patrol.
You,
she's
I
something.
can't get past Maggie, and Maggie knows me, and I still can't get past Maggie. Maggie is.
Maggie is a lot. Maggie's a lot. Maggie is so gentle, but Maggie will kill you. That's just the unfortunate part of it. But anyway,
thank you so much for shifting your schedule, and you have 2 minutes left. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye.
I love how she just hangs up on me. She just hangs up on me telling me what the time is. That's my friend Dee Cruz. She is a casualty of this federal shutdown in her position at the U.S. Coast Guard.
All right, and we have a retiree question.
Okay, cool. Let's go.
Is that okay?
Yes, indeed. Good morning, retiree.
Hi. Good morning, Patty.
Hi. Federal or local?
Come back?
Federal or local retiree?
Oh, I'm local. I'm local.
Okay.
I'm just calling. I'm calling in regards to our the COLA that's going to be coming out pretty soon for the retirees.
Yeah, yeah.
And I understand that it's only supposed to be the extra $200. It's supposedly only for non-autonomous. I retired at the autonomous agency, the port, and we're not included in that $200, as I understand. Can you confirm that? Because we're all retirees, we're all going through the same financial situation. That's why they're giving us COLA. Why are we not included on the extra $200?
You didn't get a $200. You're not one of the 7,500 retirees of the government of Guam.
Yes, I am a retiree of the government of Guam, but we're not subjected to the $200 extra. That's $200 because that's only for non-autonomous agency.
Oh, yeah.
So my question is, why are we exempted as an autonomous agency retiree? Why are we exempted from the extra $200?
You probably have to ask the
Oh man!
Do you guys get the supplemental annuity?
Yeah, we do. We get the. We're only going to get $2,300. The extra $200 is only for the non-autonomous agency.
Mm-hmm. I'm not as versed. Let me call somebody. And
yes, please.
Yeah, I'll call somebody. Is that not normally how it is, though? Like whenever there has been a supplement, have you ever gotten one?
Yes. I've been getting my COLAs, but like I said, I'm only going to get the $2,300 again this year. The extra $200 is going to the non-autonomous agency.
I got that. I'm just all right. I couldn't even answer that question because I'm not versed. But let me see. What is?
If I'm not mistaken, it's related to Bill 355-37. I want to, maybe you might enlighten those senators or who you're going to talk to and clarify.
Yeah, there is 355-37 does not require autonomous agencies to pay the additional $200 to retirees. The proposed bill amends the existing law. 376, though. This 376 amends the existing law to require autonomous agents to pay COLA to their retirees, which suggests that under the status quo, they are not required to do so. I'm going to have to. It's clearly a legislative thing. There were limitations in that bill that excluded autonomous agencies.
That's what I was reading on. But my question is, why didn't they just include the autonomous agency? I mean, we're like I say, we're all retirees. We're all going through the same situation. That's why they give us COLA. So what makes it any different, whether you're autonomous or non-autonomous? Why doesn't the legislature or senator or whatever include us? Hey, no, we have to include also the autonomous agencies. I mean, that's being biased to me. Why?
Because it's in a law. It's in a public law. And that would probably be we probably have to have that answered by somebody that is, and you might make a good point. Hey, we're coming up on an election. Put that on your list. Put that on your list. I'll give you a deeper, more intelligent answer to that as soon as I get a little more research in me. But I so far have been able to find there is, a statute that's out there that explicitly mandates that that they can get. I'm not going to say it. I'll just wait until I can research.
But the senator is the one that makes the law. They're the ones that can amend the laws. So why couldn't they just include us in the at 376 or whatever, Bill 376? That's my question.
I can't find anything. I can't find anything inside the COLA award or the law on the retirement law that specifically requires that autonomous agencies pay the supplemental. But I'll see. There is some other language from another legislature that I'm going to have to look at back in '97. But
hopefully you can find something.
All right. I hope I get an answer for you. But maybe I'll have to call Paula Bloss from the retirement fund to ask her.
That's okay. You do all the same for me.
All right.
Thank you, Patti.
All right, no problem. Take good care.
Thank you so much.
No
Bye-bye.
problem. It's a little bit after 8:04 now. KGUM FM and Dedido, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump addressed a gathering of military commanders today in Virginia. It was a wide-ranging speech that focused more on domestic issues and the president's agenda. CBS's Aaron Navarro has more.
He did announce that the administration will be spending $1 trillion on the military for the fiscal year. And at one point, though, he did say that major cities could serve as, quote, training grounds for the National Guard. Otherwise, this was more so rally the troops kind of speech, and a quick mention of the efforts to reach a peace deal in Gaza, with the president saying at one point about Hamas, quote, I hope they sign for their own good.
Armed federal agents are patrolling Chicago's streets, some in full tactical gear. Last week, they fired pepper balls and tear gas at protesters. Broadview Mayor Katrina Thompson.
ICE has to stop unprovoked chemical arms attacks on peaceful protesters and on journalists. This behavior is not normal. This is not Putin's Russia. This is the United States of America.
Chanel Cole reports Democrats are standing firm on their demands as a government shutdown looms.
They are saying they will not vote for anything that doesn't restore funding to healthcare that was cut by that so-called big, beautiful bill. Today, they talked about the impact those cuts could have on our access to healthcare. They're arguing that seniors will not be able to afford medication. They also argue that many families will simply forego getting critical care that they may need.
Drug maker Pfizer has agreed to lower drug costs under a deal with the administration. Pfizer will charge most favored nation pricing to Medicaid and guarantee that lower pricing on new drugs. It will also invest in more U.S. manufacturing. Scott McFarland reports the Trump administration is doing away with more oversight.
As one of its first acts in office in January, the Trump administration fired nearly a dozen federal inspectors general, watchdogs who policed for waste, fraud, and abuse. Now they're cutting funding, effective Wednesday, to the Council on Inspectors General, an organization that helps serve 14,000 inspector general staffers with training, with resources, with investigative tools.
Michael Wallace reports prosecutors are asking a judge to sentence Sean Diddy Combs to more than 11 years in prison.
In a request filed with the court today, prosecutors say Combs is unrepentant. They included letters from some of his accusers who say they live in fear of his release. Combs was acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, but found guilty of 2 prostitution-related counts, each of which carries a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison.
Sentencing is set for Friday. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are mixed. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky. But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. We work hard, he said. We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way. In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines, he told me. This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service. Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
No need to panic if you don't see your Social Security check. It now goes out electronically as of today. Matt Piper reports.
After 85 years of sending out paper checks to retirees, the Social Security Administration is transitioning to electronic payments. Paper checks are no more. The SSA instead will send benefits through either direct deposit or a prepaid debit card. The agency says paper checks are 16 times more likely to be lost or stolen. Plus, it says eliminating paper checks is also a cost-saving measure. Checks cost 50 cents each compared to 15 cents for an electronic funds transfer. But the agency says it will continue to issue paper checks to those who have no other way to receive payments. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Consumer confidence has slumped to its lowest level since President Trump's tariffs went into effect in April. It was worse than analysts expected. Consumers are worried about inflation, but also the job market. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Hafa Adai and good morning, Guam. Welcome back. It is 8:09 on a Thursday morning here on the Wave 105 FM. We are streaming live. We're online at thewave105.com on the World Wide Web, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is proudly brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, the Medical City, where patients are partners. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan, Subway, Eat Fresh, Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. GTA, we start with you. Patch Tinting and Detailing, and Sherwin-Williams Paint. Your local headlines for you once again. It is Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine. It's all being brought to you by our friends at McDonald's. Bringing on the fall flavors at McDonald's Guam. Treat yourself today to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in for a limited time. It's only at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The federal government has shut down yesterday as lawmakers in Capitol Hill debate on how to fund the United States government for the next fiscal year. According to the Office of Congressman James Moylan, passport processing, student aid disbursements, and the WIC program funding are some of the services that will be impacted by the shutdown, but essential operations like military, mail delivery, and Social Security and Medicare payments will continue uninterrupted. Local elected leaders took time yesterday to reassure the public. Governor Lilian Guerrero said yesterday afternoon that she instructed all line agencies to review and prepare contingency plans to minimize the effect of the shutdown. Senator Jesse Lujan said that his office is monitoring the shutdown closely, saying that the lack of guidance from federal government adds anxiety for national government employees and contractors. In more news, the Guam Memorial Hospital Board of Trustees has named Dr. Jolene Uggan the interim administrator of GMH, following the recent retirement of its former administrator, Lillian Perez Posadas. Dr. Uggan is a pulmonologist as well as a critical care physician who has served a number of roles at GMH, including the COVID-19 medical director, associate administrator of clinical services, and associate administrator of medical services, among other critical roles at the hospital. Uggan said yesterday in a statement that her goal as interim administrator is to lay the groundwork for the next administrator, saying that the strength of GMH lies in its patients and the staff that works there. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Get double the speed at zero extra cost with GTA Fiber. Experience super fast and reliable fiber internet speeds, now starting at 200 Mbps to 1 gig, with upload speeds just as fast as download speeds and 100 times faster than cable internet. You can enjoy lag-free gaming and clear video calls. Fast is also affordable. Sign up for Fiber 200 for only $70 a month. Visit gta.net or call 644-4482. Terms and conditions apply.
Hafa Adai, everyone. Let's go ahead and hit the streets together with another look at your real deal traffic report, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO. Or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, visit our website at guamautospot.com. And mobile gas stations, Mobile Oil Guam. You can go farther on every journey with Mobile's new Synergy Supreme Plus fuel. Keeps your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. You can visit guam.mobile.com. for more details. 8 o'clock rush hour on Guam. It looks like Barragata Route 10 this morning has got both north and southbound traffic outside of LP Ontalan Middle School. Mongmong Tuktu Mighty, that's going to be along Route 8 this morning. You can expect additional delays up and around Harvest Christian Academy, kind of flowing into Hagatna this morning. Hopping onto East Hagatna Drive, north and both southbound traffic around the Superior Court of Guam this morning, or getting up and around Anigua. You will find additional delays along Route 1. Into Mooning, the ITC FHP intersection, as well as Jack in the Box, has some delay there, or getting up and around the Village of Donkey flowing into Tejan this morning. You'll find additional waiting time. So again, folks, eyes on the road. We're at the 8 o'clock rush hour. No texting and driving. Ensure that your seatbelts are fastened. Remember, guys, seatbelts are sexy. And our friends at the Guam Police Department will be conducting DWI sobriety checkpoints tomorrow. So again, folks, get yourselves a designated driver. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the Wave 105 FM, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
It's back. BK's Cheesy Breakfast Melts. Our cheesy breakfast melts feature your choice of sausage, bacon, or ham, laid with fluffy folded eggs, 2 slices of American cheese on toasted round bread. Make it a meal with hash brown and a brewed coffee or orange juice. Get your hands on the new cheesy breakfast melts, now available during breakfast hours, 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. daily for a limited time only. BK Tumon Bay, Hagatna, and the airport. You rule.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, from flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs, delicious Italianos, mouthwatering clubs, to the high-protein deli heroes. The Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor. Get what you're craving for today. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
This little ditty. I'm in the mood for like finding out what on earth these songs are.
It's like, what is going on here?
I know.
Right?
It's like a whole nother playlist that I can't even know.
Oh, right.
But you know, I think
I got to get permission from like Shaka Khan to play our albums.
I think what has happened is that you and I, and mostly me, because you're doing this under my influence, have butted up against the edge of what can and cannot be played on the radio. And sometimes I get a little bit carried away because I am really defined by a lot of music. So much of my personality is defined by my love of music. So I'm always, I always have a walk on and walk off dance. You know what I mean? I always have a moment where a song will pop into my mind, or a tune or a slick or something will get me either. Mostly I look for music that's uplifting and makes me happy. And that's kind of a backdrop to my surge in energy when I'm on the radio, again, in a padded room talking to myself. So it helps me stay a little bit more focused and centered. And some talk show hosts don't have that. I mean, they kind of want to, they don't have that. And I do. I don't know if that makes me unique or it makes me odd, but it certainly helps me to kind of take a beat when the conversation gets heavy, and then sort of change into a mood that fits the moment. And that is generally done through music in a talk radio fashion. But some of these platforms don't like it. And these artists don't like it when you use their songs and you're not paying for it. So fine. We'll listen to elevator music if that's what makes them happy. Okay, so the female veterans yesterday fired back at Pete Hegseth over claims of lowered military standards that we're kind of going backwards where women are not allowed on the battlefield. This is just one snippet of a larger disturbing speech that was made by Pete Hegseth yesterday in front of military officers at the highest level of their game, acculturated into the way of the military that is designed and fashioned by all of the people before us that have strengthened this body to become the mightiest force in the world. And it comes with a lot of, psychoanalytics, right? And as I was saying, from the moment a young buck is trained, and these kids sometimes are coming out of places in America we didn't even know existed, in towns where they're so marginalized and depressed that the only way out is into military service. Some of them are lucky enough to have the good education that leads them into the start of their career in high school through an ROTC program, and then straight into a military academy or into a program where they become NCOs. And so these guys are everything that I just described times a trillion. They're at the top of their game, and to snatch them out of their commands from all over the globe to sit in that venue and be exposed to that kind of conversation or directives or whatever, that showboating or whatever that was by Pete Hegseth was one. But for the commander-in-chief to come through there unprepared for what he was supposed to do, if he had any role in this at all, was really disturbing to see. And I think it's everything that our founding fathers who talked about unhinged presidents could do to the military, the most important part of our nation. And to do so by insulting them, down to the beards that they wear, or the pooch that they carry. And worst off, what it's done for female veterans who denounced his speech, outlining his anti-woke military agenda, and disputing claims that standards were lowered to allow thousands of women in combat roles. Coming from... I'm trying to find out a story that I was just reading. A number of women from the service. Oh, yeah. Somebody said, don't forget about the 2 N-words. Yeah, thanks for that. The reminder that Trump was talking about nuclear weapons or nuclear. You heard that? And he said, that's the other N-word. There's 2 N-words that you can't say. I had to rewind it to hear if I actually saw him pay attention to something like that or to spew that from his brain. You know how many people he insulted? I'm not talking just about the black generals and admirals that are in there. It's anybody of color. And even the white admirals and generals that have mutual respect for their counterparts in other military branches. It just was unnecessary, and especially unbelievable that it came from the commander-in-chief. Before Hegseth joined the administration, he was arguing that women shouldn't serve in combat and that the military risks becoming less lethal. In his Quantico address, he vowed a ruthless application of fitness standards by the male standard. He said that out loud several times. That if you're not the prime fit of a male warrior, then you don't belong in the military and you should be fired. Elisa Cardinal is the president and CEO of the Service Women's Action Network. She said, The physical requirements for infantry school, special operations, or any other combat role are already gender neutral. Hegseth staged a TED-style speech casting himself as the defender of troops in a war of warriors. That's taken from his book that he released last year. The enemy waging that war, he suggested, was no foreign aggressor, but rather diversity and inclusion efforts and slipping standards. He said, I don't want my son serving alongside troops who are out of shape or in combat units with families or females. Combat units with females who can't meet the same combat arms physical standards as men. Combat arms standards were changed a decade ago to ensure females could qualify. The Pentagon hasn't responded to some of these media inquiries about evidence of combat standards being lowered for women back in 2015, as he said. But federal law, yes, already prohibits separate standards for men and women in the same military role. The military uses general fitness tests that adjust for age and gender for anyone joining the armed forces, but every combat role has its own gender-neutral standard. Cardinal also told Axios that the physical qualifications for combat roles have never been lowered to allow women to serve in that capacity. Conflating these two types of standards ignores the fact that combat roles have never had the qualifications lowered for women. All we have ever asked is that an individual is able to serve in any capacity for which they are qualified. New scoring for 21 combat specialties will take effect next year. The Army this is an Army news release that says the Army that replaces the Army Combat Fitness Test, which was introduced a few years ago, with age and gender adjusted scales. And Hegseth said warfighters in combat jobs must execute that service fitness test at a gender neutral age normed male standard scored above 70%. He said he's not aiming to prevent women from serving if women can't meet the standards. Then it is what it is, he said. So the response is now coming heavy. Representative Sherrill, who is a Democrat out of New Jersey, former Navy helicopter pilot, said eliminating the current highly rigorous standards for women in combat positions has nothing to do with increasing lethality, and everything to do with forcing women out of the armed services. Tammy Duckworth, also a Democrat from Illinois, also an Iraq War veteran and Purple Heart recipient, called on Hegseth to resign, said his claim that diversity is debris erases the valor shown by women, people of color, and many others who served. A Republican, by comparison, from Iowa, Joni Ernst, a female Iraqi war veteran, expressed initial hesitancy over Hegseth's nomination and told the Associated Press she thought the comments were appropriate and that there should be the same set of standards for combat arms. Amy McGrath, a former Marine fighter pilot who ran up against Mitch McConnell for his seat 5 years ago, said that there has always been one standard for combat jobs. For flying a fighter jet, as she did, she said there were never different standards determined by gender. It's a slap in the face and offensive to suggest otherwise. His overhaul of the Pentagon, if you remember in the early days, several women, people of color from the military's top ranks, including the first casualty of Hegseth was the Coast Guard Commandant, Admiral Linda Fagan. And then the former Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair, General Charles Brown. And then he asked a number of other people to include our own, a former admiral from Guam as well. He said it was insane fallacy to say the military's diversity is its strength. This is not playing well for a lot of people who are in the military, but at the same time, they don't say anything about it. They don't say anything about it because they're trained not to. Again, these are stoic faces of commanders who have probably heard every bit of BS that this government has to offer. And when you're talking about how many presidents they've gone through over the years that have had off-putting idiosyncrasies, from Nixon to Johnson to Reagan to the aging Biden, they've seen a lot. But most of all, what you have to respect about them is they've seen what war looks like. They don't need to be told that their machismo is any greater than anybody else's dedication when they are in service and whose life is at stake to defend the country. And you take somebody like Hegseth, who talks about fat admirals or generals that are walking through the Pentagon, and he wants these shaven beards and bald heads to be what we look at, fit young men carrying a male standard for service based on their appearance. And then with the commander-in-chief standing there, not exactly the picture of fitness in both physical and mental health, making jokes about these guys because he doesn't know what it's like not to walk into a rally of sycophants who are ready and able to kiss his boots every time he opens his mouth. He was talking to a new grade of people that he hasn't addressed, an audience that doesn't clap every time he opens his mouth because they're trained not to be partisan. And it happened yesterday. The most unaffected crowd of faces that you could see by even the crap that was coming out of their mouths. They didn't even respond. They didn't laugh. They didn't cheer. They didn't hoo-ah. They didn't do all of that. None of it. And then the parting thing was, it was actually quite comical because you go, God, look at these fools up here doing this. This is like a rally cry, and there was no rally to be cried. There's none. There was zero emotion that was coming from this audience. They were non-participatory. And Hegseth trying to do the, and we're going to take them down, to a crowd at the very end that was supposed to be his parting rally and cry. And not one person stood up, not one person clapped, not one person shouted anything warrior-like to show that they agreed. They just came, they listened, they watched, and they left to go back and do the real jobs they're supposed to do, not trying to lose weight or shave their beards or care that, they're supposed to be more macho than they already are, or that females are supposed to be more in line with the male standard of that machismo of Pete Hegseth, who, by the way, did you see the video?
No, what happened? What happened?
Do a
Share.
pull-up.
No.
Oh, my God. You know when you're trying to do a pull-up and you're kicking your feet? It's just an ugly-looking scene. You're kicking your feet to get more leverage, and you're cooking air, basically, but you're trying to use your core strength to get up there. It's an ugly look. It's an ugly look for me, but you expect that from somebody like me doing a push-up or a pull-up. He was, first of all, he had his hands in the wrong direction to get the best out of the lift, right? He was kicking he looked so funny. But that wasn't the one that cracked me up. It was the time when he was a news correspondent or whatever, anchor for Fox.
Okay.
And they were doing this axe target exercise. On the other side of the wall was the marching band.
Okay.
So he throws the axe to get it into the target, misses the target, goes well above the wall, and smacks into the drummer on the other side. Who's just standing there, just playing this little drum. And all of a sudden, this axe comes flying into the air, hits his right arm, launches into his drum, and then bounces off and falls on the ground. The guy, and Pete Hegseth looks like just moronic. His reaction, like, ooh, cripes. It was pretty darn funny. If you can find it, you probably get it on YouTube. And it was Pete Hegseth throwing axe at drummer. It lands on the drummer's arm. Well over the target. I can't with this. Listen, let's take a break, right? We should. We'll be right back. Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join the bright side on Wave 105.
Hafa Adai Guam, engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the Talk of Guam.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good to Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Okay, what are you reading on Reddit? I'm trying to find some stuff. Oh, God, I got a little bit of everything. I got like 11 different tabs that are open up right now, right? They're like, look at this, look at that. It's like, yeah, me too. That's a lot. Let me see you Angry Birds this morning. You know, it's kind of funny because it feels like there's a... Yeah, it feels like there is right now some kind of, mood in the air. And that's like, hey, what is, okay, here we go. Let me just try to connect to the internet because it's not working. But it's kind of like, I think what it feels like is we're hearing about people losing, their jobs right now. I mean, not losing, but they're on furlough, because the federal government doesn't have any money to pay them. And that will definitely tread on someone's mood when they're out of work. It is the number one thing that could change the way a household works. And right now, this is literally what the problem is today. People are. Hey, when the question that seems to come up on everywhere right now is, when is COLA coming out? I'm like, oh, dang, I don't know when COLA's coming out. We checked the governor's office, and the governor's office said any day now. Now we've got a session happening today at 1 o'clock, and there are people who are out there objecting to Senator Joe Sanaugustin's bill that would allow for a lessee to bid on a quarry that is needed or wanted in that area, and it's CLTC lands. These are lands that are being held by the Chamorro Land Trust Commission to distribute to Chamorros who are landless, that don't have own property, and the idea is to take this inventory and pass it out to people who have been in line since 1994 or 95, and so they can build on it. The problem with that is that you're just getting the land. You're not getting any infrastructure. You know, a lot of the work that you're supposed to be doing to build up that land is going to have to come out of your own pocket first, and then the idea was to reimburse you. That hasn't happened. So there's a lot of people who are not sure about what's going to happen if they start distributing the lands again. But while people are sitting in line, the CLTC is looking for ways that they can increase revenue to help these holders, these leaseholders, because you can lease it for like what, $90 for 99 years or something like that. That they're trying to figure out how they can establish some sort of revenue. So what they do is they lease it to businesses who bid on these lands to open up golf courses, for example. Revenue from that, they pay rent on it. That money is supposed to go back into the program to build up infrastructure for these homes. That has made very little of a dent, and it's still the same conversation that we're always having. Generate revenue for the government of Guam that's going to go into some of these into these lands that need to get power and water brought into them, or reimburse people who did actually put power and water. Unless they jumpstart with a big financial injection, then I think they're going to be doing this by piecemeal for as long as it takes. So now we've got this bill and a huge clash over the rights of those who are on that list, and the conflict of how CLTC wants to manage these lands to actually get them leased for the revenue. And the community is not having it. And apparently I just got thanks Dice, I just got the forward that there is an urgent call to action. And the signage reads, and this is coming from the balcony over at the legislature, Protehi Fadian, stop the pillage and plunder of CLTC. Save Fadian Cove, stop gutting CLTC. Fadian is sacred. And that's where the conversation is in full swing between environmentalists, activists, those who advocate for the land and for the culture, and those who are trying to make revenue available so the government of Guam can make some money for infrastructure and jumpstart this distribution. You're looking at the possibility that these lease payments, you're going to get royalties or any other income for the land trust or for the government. And so another part of the question is, can any of this be used for the overall of the community projects, like infrastructure for these communities that are affected, like in Mangilao and what it can do for the neighbors that have to live there, because they're going to be seeing all sorts of action that's going to be coming up if they lease out this land. The environmental impact, for example, is also weighing heavily because that involves excavation. There will be dust flying because that's what happens at a quarry. There's going to be noise. There's going to be blasting. There's also, to the point of the advocacy for environmentalists, the habitat disruption. What is underground there? Remember, we've always said Guam is a tomb for artifacts and for the remains of our ancestors. And every time, we dig into the land, we have to remove these artifacts and examine them and determine whether or not they actually have to be placed in a repository or they have a mass burial. But that's what the law says. But on the other side of this, I think what these advocates are saying, or these adversaries are saying, is that it's the degradation of land and water quality and the local ecosystem. So the argument is definitely there. So how is this going to be, how do you satiate or how do you appease both sides of this? I don't think that you actually get can do that because they're not voting on whether or not they should continue talks about how this quarry would be would serve the neighborhood and create jobs and provide aggregate material for people who want to build their homes, and they can get that straight out of the quarry for cement to be made, concrete to be made on site, right? Those are some of the pluses that they're talking about, but it looks like the negatives are not going to be let go. And so if they're talking about converging on the legislature at 1 o'clock this afternoon in protest, then it's another one of those arguments that we have in Guam where we have to be able to find the sweet spot. And when it comes to land and the use of it and the leasing of it, we never see eye to eye. Things just happen, whether they want it or not. So we'll see. The social media posts are active, talking about, this commercial quarry, the mass grading of that operation, because it's cliffslide property along Route 15. So some of the people who supported the proposal helped to advance it into the voting file where it is now. But they called it the clash of views, meaning that there is some significant opposition as well as the support. We'll see how that will break down at the legislature. But, there's right now what's facing a lot of people and why people are a little bit upset today is some people just don't have jobs right now. And there are also uncertainties about the COLA. We just got from the lady who called about her being from an autonomous agency. Thanks. Yes, I did see that, Bobby. Yeah. She comes from an autonomous agency, and she's asking, why is it that autonomous agencies are not given this $200 COLA break in supplemental that everybody else was getting, not being in an autonomous agency? For example, in the Port Authority, I've been able to Google a little bit of it, but I don't have the full story. But there's a clause in the Port Authority statute, that's an autonomous agency, about the annual supplemental annuity and COLA contributions that are paid by the Port Authority for retired employees. The Port anticipates that the COLA contributions could be required by law, but it doesn't actually impose that obligation in the statute, right? To pay supplemental COLA. That's just the Port. I don't know if it broadly covers all autonomous agencies, but I haven't seen anything in the law that says that there's like a universal obligation to pay COLA subsidies if you are an autonomous agency. But apparently there was a bill to require autonomous agencies to pay COLA to their qualifying retirees. That was in the 37th Guam legislature. And that current autonomous agencies are not legally required to make that supplemental payment under the same terms as the executive branch or the general government of Guam retirees. So there's an older appropriation law from 1997 that had language that says that autonomous agencies have to pay the COLA, but that does not guarantee the supplemental, which is what people are arguing about, whether autonomous agency and retirees can get that supplement. There's nothing in the law that says that they have to. So like the Port Authority statutes, specifically the Port Authority, refer to COLA contributions as may be required by the laws of Guam, saying that I guess the implication is that the requirement depends on what general law mandates rather than what their independent authority is. I'm like I said, I probably need to call somebody who really is, versed on this. But there are a couple public laws that are out there and that show how they treat autonomous agencies. So I probably have to do a further dig on that one. But right now, as it stands, it looks like I just want to see if that bill passed. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can get. Let me see if I can see whether, because I don't remember. I do remember the bill, and I didn't do a dive into that either. So let me see whether or not it actually passed. I'm going to have to search. Google, I love. You can Google anything, and it'll help you. Yeah, I don't see anything in that public law from the 37th that requires these agencies to pay that supplemental to their employees. Yeah. Only that the appropriation for COLA specifies it's the executive branch that has to do these payments and a lump sum to the government of Guam retirement fund. So it sounds like those who are in autonomous agencies probably should call their employer that they retired from and even look up the statute as it relates to the only one I could find was the Port Authority of Guam, that statute. And it doesn't really say anything that they're required to do so. But for the Power Authority, let me see. There is a section there where there's a clause that says some autonomous agencies or quasi-autonomous agencies like the airport, GITA, GWA, GVB, they have to pay the $2,300 to those, to the retirees or their survivors in the fiscal year 2026. They have to. But not all autonomous agencies are automatically included in the supplemental. I guess that's the best way to say it. So if you didn't get one, it's probably because you didn't get one. Is that you're not included in the law to be able to get that. But that $2,300 that's coming out is going to happen in the next several weeks. They, like I said, they used to do it in December, and then they started doing it around November, and now they've gone even earlier to October. Because what it's sounding like that there's a lot of people who can't wait till the end of the year to get that one-time $2,300, right? And they've made it possible that they're going to have to give them a little bit of something. But and I know that $200 doesn't go very far. I mean, just to the grocery store doesn't go very far. Just to the chinchuli, just to the birthday cards, just to the whatever. When was the last time you spent $200 like right out of the gate? Was that at the store?
Skechers.
Oh dang, you got Sketcher money. I ain't talking to you.
Man, they got great prices, man. They got
Skechers. I'm sorry. I'm trying to buy beef.
I'm so sorry.
I'm trying to buy that tinny and beef, and you're over there buying Skechers with your $200.
Some leather.
Yeah, a little beef so we can make some more shoes. Well, the thing about Dice is, I'm not going to try to tell anybody what your life is like, but we all know she's single.
I can't stand
Should
you,
I say
Patty.
ish?
I cannot deal with you, Patty.
I know. I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to justify the fact. No, I'm trying to justify the fact that you don't have any dependents.
Okay. Oh, that's
so you
true.
don't. Yeah, so you don't. You're not.
That's fair.
You're not a head of the household where you've got to
true.
take care of children and a spouse or any of that.
Yeah.
Babe.
It's a good life.
It's a good life.
I can't complain.
And I say enjoy it.
Yeah.
The more you spend on King's breakfast for me, the more I'm going to push your lifestyle. See, I'm here for it.
Thank you. I appreciate
that. So Dice
that.
buys me breakfast from King's yesterday. I come back with a breakfast burrito from Jack in the Box.
That was slamming.
Just so you know.
Was delicious.
Was it?
That really was.
I never had that. I didn't
Great
know.
job. Thank you. Good choice. Good choice. Good choice.
I just didn't know if you wanted that whole.
Yes.
See, I got the thing with the eggs because they have real eggs there.
They had like a hash brown inside of it. It was really
for
good.
it, but I literally ate
so
1/4 of everything, and I'm already done.
Oh, good.
I'm over it.
Okay.
It
was delicious. Thank you.
Well, I had no business driving through a drive-through after spending $299 on groceries yesterday. You know?
Well, don't go into Home Depot. You'll spend a little more on the Halloween ornaments.
Oh. Have you?
Yeah, their decorations are really nice, Patty.
This is what the
decorations
God
are
rest
nice.
his soul. This is what Polly Suba and Kyle were talking about the other day. Yes. The Halloween decorations and going all in for all of that.
Yes, you got to.
I live through you because
it's so exciting.
Because it's not exciting to me. I like looking at it, but I'm not trying to put it up.
Look, my niece has been wearing her Halloween costume since Monday. It's been since Monday. Like,
I don't know.
Sweetheart, we got to go to church eventually.
You can't wear that.
You cannot wear that.
French maid outfit.
Thank
No.
you. It's like, sweetheart, we got to shower, scrub your hair. Like, can you please?
That's why I always say, listen, I'm a grandmother now, and I will tell you,
right on.
take it from me. This is one thing I am very versed on. If you buy your child a Halloween costume now, hide it, or buy another one. Because the first one is going to go and be played with, and then they're going to grow old of it by Halloween. You need a second one. So you need options. This is how children and fashionistas become fashionistas. They have their parents give them options.
Yes, that is our new school uniform. God, Jesus Christ, help us. Yes.
That is funny.
It is too bad. It's horrible, but I am excited for Halloween. You know, they got the haunted houses, and that's just good stuff. And it's not only for the kids, it's for the adults now. You know, then they have the escape rooms and, yes, Halloween, and get all the good candies, guys. None of that knockoff stuff. Act like you guys.
Yeah, they had a pretty good inventory
right?
up there in Navy. I was like, I want to buy candy, but I don't want kids coming to my house. I'm good.
I'm giving out Tic Tacs. Like, my niece don't know what that is. She's going to say it's hot. It's hot.
DOC, apparently, I'm getting from Fred a picture of their assistant up there. It's a guy dressed in a Army or Marine. He's a Marine, so in a DOC uniform, and it's basically a scary skeleton face.
I like that. There we go.
calls
Department
him-
of Corrections. Good job.
got-
That's the spirit.
They got some DOC time up there.
There we go.
Okay.
I like
That's
that.
already happening? Are they all doing is that?
Already. Have you been to PIC? Like, they bought all the good goods. I'm like, PIC got Halloween money, y'all.
Really? What are they doing?
I thought we
What
were
do they
in
do?
an economic crisis. Y'all ain't getting hurt by nothing over here. They got all
Wow.
the giants and, you know what I mean, the skeletons and the light up eyes and everything. It's just really, and then the spider webs are all over the place. I'm like, y'all did really good. Y'all did really good. Yeah, they did good. I like it. You know, I like Payless. You know, when you walk into Payless, they got the display right at the front. It's like, I love you, Payless.
So Home Depot must feel like they have the Spirit stores. You know, the Spirit stores on the mainland, they're pop-ups.
Okay.
They're called Spirit.
Okay.
And they're just pop-ups in these communities of whatever insert the Halloween. I mean, insert the holiday. Halloween is their biggest get.
Wow.
They're just a pop-up. It shows up at a mall.
Okay.
And they need really big warehouse space. Like how Jeff Moylan does it with
Okay.
Dungeon.
Okay.
You know, he's just got a huge inventory.
does.
It's like a whole, it's a scene right out of a horror
That's my
movie. And
spot.
they must have a lot of fun putting up all of these.
I love them down
these
there.
displays.
The dungeon is very addicting, Patty.
Is
I mean,
it?
you're walking out with contacts, and I don't even know how to put that junk in, man.
Oh yeah, the contacts for the green
Like,
or
all right,
something.
fine, let's do it. And I've never worn contacts
How
in
did
my
it
life.
feel?
I don't know. My sister was just like, keep still. I'm like, I don't want it no more. I can't leave
You
my
had,
eye
like, the
open.
funky eyeball or
yeah,
something?
dude, I can't leave them open. And then she just grabs it and she's like, look how easy it is. I was like, nah,
Yeah.
no, I ain't doing that. No, I'm good.
Yeah.
But they have really nice stuff down at the dungeon, though. You should check
Really?
it out. Check it out. Yeah.
Do we have a panic room on Guam?
We do have a panic
Do
room.
we really?
Yeah, we got a panic room. We have an escape room. And UOG does all of this. Patty, UOG does all of the fun stuff.
What are they doing?
You know, panic rooms.
They did a
escape
panic room?
rooms, Squid Games. I mean,
Okay.
You know, UOG be coming in. I think
All
some
right,
people
well-
be sleeping on our university, man, but they do a lot of cool stuff. Y'all been sleeping on our university.
No more
man.
wet
Yeah.
T-shirt contests for you.
No.
Well, that's what they. Sorry.
What?
They used to have that at
No.
Blue Night.
What?
Yeah, wet T-shirt contest. Then they stopped doing that. It was one of the college campus things that they did back in the
Wow.
80s. Yeah.
Oh, in the 80s.
80s,
Okay,
90s.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was a thing.
In the 80s?
The wet T-shirt contest on the college campuses. Oh, yeah.
What?
And then they used to have them here, or like the drag fashion shows and stuff like that. Like things
maybe if
that
you
were-
guys brought that back, then, you know, Trump will give you guys some more money. You know,
Oh, that'll happen.
Here we go. We got a warm one on line one for
All right,
you.
let's go. Good morning.
Hey, Patti.
Yeah,
This is Jess. How are you this morning?
I'm good, thank you. How are
You,
you?
you kind of cracked me up about, the shutdown.
Yeah.
That emergency hostage, and you cracked me up get hostage.
Oh, yeah, Democrat. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounded like gossip, you know. You're talking about gossip.
Okay.
Yeah, you really cracked the hell out of me, but, some news agencies, they do get the 200. I know one.
Okay.
Mental health.
I don't think mental health is an autonomous agency.
Oh, okay. What about public health?
No, they're not. No, it's GWA, GPA, GITA, GVB, the port.
Oh.
Yeah.
But how come they get the 23? Because that 300 by the law last time.
Yeah.
They got that 300. Then if the port got that, I don't understand why they get it there.
Who? Retirees?
Yeah. By the law, what law is that? Says on the law that you mentioned, that lady mentioned the law, and you kind of stay around. What is?
The law allows for autonomy. Allows for retirees to be getting. The law allows for COLA anyway. That's been hard fought, but the autonomous agencies and statutes, apparently they're different, but the one that I was looking up was the port statute. That's Title 12, GCA Chapter 10. Annual supplemental annuity and COLA contributions are paid by the authority on behalf of retired employees, as may be required by the laws of Guam. That's in their statute. I don't know what it says with other...
No, but they got that extra, because we usually we got 2,000 in the past, then we got... And then we got, I don't know, they started from 2,200 and...
Oh, the increase in the COLA, the increase in the cost.
Yeah. Under Hilton's, I think that's her deal, Amanda, for the COLA.
Oh yeah, she's no longer.
She's the alternate, and she mentioned, but I didn't hear her talking about autonomous agency. I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
So she's lucky that she got that extra.
That was
she's very down on the 200.
That was in public law for the 37th Guam legislature. That extra 200 would be a one-time supplemental payment. Yeah, that was in the bill that was passed in the 30th.
Yeah. But she's fortunate that she got it.
Well, it's not hard to win over the people when you're talking about an extra $200 a year. Absolutely. Yeah. That was well
but like I said, she's lucky that she got it the last time. This time, like you said, she's complaining that we're all the same. I'm not, of course we're all retired so the same, but like I said, autonomous agency, I don't know about that.
Yeah, it is.
Even the old plan, for example, we're the same.
Right,
that's good.
So retirees from autonomous agencies are not included in that extra 200 supplement.
Oh,
under the current law. So
I feel for her because.
Oh yeah,
I feel because that 200, I can buy Sketcher. No, really, Sketcher. I think it's more than $200. I gotta add in out of my pocket because I want a good one. I don't want to use the shoehorn. I just want to slip it in and.
Some of the Skechers, the models, they don't have shoelaces. That's really good for people who don't like.
No, it's good for to walk and and training.
Okay,
and I like those. It's very comfortable. I'm gonna let you go, Pat, because I'm looking at your
because now no, it's okay. It's just because.
It's okay. Oh wow.
No, I do have to go. I'm just trying to make a point that now I got to charge Sketcher for this ad. This is a free ad for them.
Oh yeah. No, I'm trying to get me a Sketcher.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm going to get it, but I'll find one. I'll find one way or the other because here I'm gone.
No problem.
I was just going to tell my daughter to maybe I'm going to just save my money and tell her to get me one because she said you're never going to pay me off all that time. Which is true, man. Which is true. Even though you give me $1 million, it's still.
I understand.
We're still not pay off, man.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta go, bro.
Nice to you, Patti.
It's nice to talk to you, brother. Take good care.
Okay.
All right. That GovGuam retiree is talking about. Thank you, the Wave, for taking my call and researching the issue that I was inquiring about. COLA issue, GovGuam retiree. No problem. That's what we do here. It's time to take a break for your CBS News, KGUM FM in Dedido, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hundreds of generals and admirals gathered in Virginia today, called there by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. President Trump addressed them, saying we are reawakening the warrior spirit. Here's CBS's Nancy Cordes.
He suggested, as Hegseth had before him, that some people in that room maybe don't have their jobs for the right reasons, that they don't have as high qualifications as they could have, but that they were put in those positions because of DEI, that perhaps they are minorities, perhaps they are women. And he added that if anyone in the room doesn't like what he's saying, they can leave, although he said they would immediately lose their rank.
The president also suggested major cities in this country could serve as training grounds for the military. CBS's Nicole Valdez is in Memphis, where they're awaiting a deployment of some sort.
A lot of questions still here in Memphis about just how soon we will start to see those National Guard troops in the streets. The president and the governor of Tennessee, Bill Lee, both said they expected that operation to kickstart this week. But so far, we haven't seen any sign of any massive troop movement throughout the city.
With a government shutdown looming, Democratic lawmakers are standing firm on their demands for an extension of expiring health insurance subsidies. Senator Chuck Schumer.
They're afraid to talk about the real issue, which is health care for American citizens, health care for people who need the health care and can't afford these premiums.
Republican lawmakers want the issue negotiated separately later. The deadline is midnight tonight. Hamas says it's studying President Trump's latest peace plan for Gaza. CBS's Deborah Patti is in Tel Aviv with reaction.
The families of hostages who have waited nearly 2 years for their loved ones are almost too scared to hope that this time will not end in disappointment. And in Gaza, Palestinians who continue to endure bombardment, hunger, and displacement remain skeptical, saying this could have been ended a long time ago.
Stacey Lynn reports a federal judge has ruled the Trump administration's efforts to deport non-citizens for protesting the war in Gaza was unconstitutional.
The judge in Boston agreed with several university associations, which said the policy they described as ideological deportation violates the First Amendment. They testified that the Trump administration had launched a coordinated effort to target students and scholars who had criticized Israel or showed sympathy for Palestinians.
On Wall Street, stocks finished lightly higher today ahead of the possible government shutdown. The Dow is up 81. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
A new study suggests you can find most cardiovascular diseases before becoming sick. Jennifer Kuiper reports.
Heart attacks, strokes, and other cardiovascular diseases are the leading cause of mortality and are among the foremost causes of disability globally. A study published in the Journal of the American College of Cardiology looked at some 7,000 cases in the U.S. and South Korea and found that in almost all cases there was one risk factor. The study suggests tackling high blood pressure, cholesterol, and blood sugar and not smoking should be addressed with your doctor to figure out what your risk factor is and then address it through lifestyle changes or medication. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
OpenAI is transforming ChatGPT into a virtual merchant to boost online commerce revenue. Users can now buy directly from Etsy sellers through the chatbot and will soon be able to do so with Shopify sellers. The company promises it won't favor specific items. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
At Way 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Smoojow Community School.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, the Subway Series celebrates Subway's over 60 years of expertise in sandwich making. From flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs to delicious Italianos, mouth-watering clubs, and the high-protein deli heroes, the Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor with a perfect combination of choice meats, cheeses, fresh and hand-sliced veggies, freshly baked breads, and signature sauces. The Subway Series is curated from hundreds of chef-inspired recipes to earn a coveted spot on the Subway Series menu. Get what you're craving for today at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow and working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions.
Hafa Adai, Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch the bright side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join the bright side on Wave 105.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Are you full? No, yeah, I am. I'm
I've
become like a toddler.
Okay, well, as long as you're not eating cold food.
She's just,
Cold
yeah,
food.
okay.
No, I'm sorry.
First of all.
No, because you take a bite, crack the mic, and your food's getting cold. So I try to
It's been sitting here for 3 hours.
I know, so I'm trying to make the breaks a little longer so that you can eat, right?
No,
And
I'm good. I'm like, I took
ate
a quarter of it, and I'm like, bleh.
No, it's cold.
But then I don't know,
eat
I'm
cold
snacking.
food.
You know me, I snack.
You do. She does.
I'm a
all
snacker.
sorts of things you do.
But I become a
Good
toddler
for
on
you.
these French toast sticks.
They're
Who am I?
addicting.
The ones with the smiley faces?
So
No,
addicting.
without the syrup and all that stuff.
Yes.
Wait, let me drink.
Love that. Yes. Get that in there. Okay. Okay.
Oh, God, that's too sweet.
That's too sweet.
I have one of those packets. Here's my toddler
Where's my
day.
packets?
Here, you want? Oh, they didn't have. No, I swear
I
to
won't
God.
hear
I swear to God. I
everybody.
swear to God. When I went there, the
I
whole
won't hear
shelf
it.
was empty.
The whole
I
shelf
promise
was
you, the whole
empty?
shelf was empty.
Oh no, you didn't. Oh,
I did
okay.
try, but yeah.
Okay, all right,
But I
fine.
got in. I got into.
E for effort.
No.
E for effort.
I really did try.
okay.
I wouldn't like.
I asked for one thing.
I know,
Patty.
but see, the thing
One
is,
thing.
I would never have asked
What's
you.
up? What's up?
No, I would never have offered if I knew I wouldn't do it.
I know for
Right.
certain. For
But I
certain.
did buy this.
Okay. See, because they opened the floodgates and now we're short on stuff.
That's right. To get up more people in
Sorry,
the
I'm just
commissary.
saying. I'm being selfish right now.
I
but
know.
whatever.
I know.
Okay.
So this is
What
what
you
I
got?
do. This is
Okay, go for it.
I drink so much water.
Good for you.
But
Not
a lot
many
of
can say that. Good.
Yeah. So yesterday I got some cherry nerds. I don't know. I never even ate nerds. It's just the flavor I'm going for.
Okay.
Because grape is the best one, but cherry, they had one. I said, let me just try this. The problem with this, there's no added sugars. There's no sugar in this at all.
Okay.
It's just a whole lot of flavor. But the problem is that some of them have caffeine, and I didn't know that. Oh. So I was wondering, after drinking several
What is it,
bottles.
an energy drink now?
Yeah, I know, exactly. Exactly.
An energy drink?
Now I just want to go work out.
Got a Celsius?
So I drink a lot of this all day long, right? Yeah. So I could plow through 3 of these just in one show, right?
Okay.
I was amping after. It's like full on. And then I was crashing it 11 or 12, full on the floor going, God, I'm just exhausted. 'Cause I was like, my mood is amped, and then I was on caffeine. But now it's okay. It's okay. I just drink a lot of.
Nice. Okay.
But do you want some of this? Because this.
I probably
Where's
don't
the-
need more caffeine. I went to the
No,
back.
it's not.
I went
Is
to
there
the back,
water?
and they're hiding stuff from me now, Patty. They're like, "Dice, don't touch
No more. No more Foremost coffee
yeah,
for you.
Erica's like, you know what? That's actually coffee candy, and I'm like, what? She's like, those are coffee beans.
Don't
you
give-
don't need it.
No,
I'm like, hey guys, come on.
you don't.
They're hiding.
She's
stuff
one of those
from me now,
people.
Patty.
Leave her. Leave
They
it.
are.
She's
HR's
got
hiding
natural
snacks now.
Energizer bunny. You do. You're on a natural. You have a lot of energy. It's
God,
exhausting.
guys. So mean. Okay.
No.
But anyways, okay. So you got the nerds. How close is it to the actual candy, though?
I don't know. I don't know what.
You don't know what
taste
nerds
like.
candy tastes like?
No.
You never tried nerds candy?
I'm
growing
sure I
up?
did, but I don't
Yeah,
remember.
Okay. Well. On that note, Payless has these. The coffee mate, the one for the coffee, the milk for the coffee.
Mm-hmm.
It comes in Milk Duds flavors now. God, I
Milk
shouldn't have
Duds?
said that out loud.
Is it sugar free? I'm here for it.
You know the Milk Duds caramel? Yes, girl. They have coffee mate in that now. I think we should just drink the coffee mate. Never mind the coffee.
Yeah.
It's like, it looks
It's
so
a nice
good.
little snack.
All these creamers look
I
yummy.
do the creamers. I have never been a
creamers
creamer
look
person.
good.
I am so creamer right now. I am all for it. I like it, and I don't know what's wrong, but it has to be zero sugar. I can't do all of that sugar stuff, but. I also found the difference in price between a zero sugar and the one that has sugar is 1 gram.
Oh, that's God. That's
You
a
know,
huge
that's
difference.
nothing.
That's a huge.
I mean,
difference.
yeah, really. But the zero sugar one is more expensive than the 1 gram of sugar that's in the other one.
Look at that. See,
So I don't. Nothing.
No.
It
That
doesn't
1%.
matter anymore.
Look, right now you're juiced up on Celsius. So
I
I'm
can't
just
even.
saying.
I tell you what. I feel like I'm about to. Actually, this is. I'm not supposed to even drink this. It's got phenylan. Anyway, if you can't pronounce it, it's got red dye 40. Another one of those. It's the phenylketonuria.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is not good for you. Just drink the water. Okay. But do we have any more water? Because I made this too sweet.
Here we go. You know what? You don't need this.
I don't need it.
Probably don't need this.
Okay, what is everybody
Okay,
complaining about? Everybody,
Nothing
there's a bunch
now.
of complaints now. We're
No,
good.
Jane Fonda. Do you know who Jane Fonda
Yeah,
is?
don't tell me she died.
You know what? She might have. Hold on, let me
What?
just double check.
No.
That's not how you open up. Jane Fonda? Yeah, I mean, like, actress. Actress?
Yeah.
She's
yeah.
in movies?
Yeah.
Okay, well, she's relaunching a Cold War era Hollywood free speech movement. Jane Fonda.
I can hear a
Sean
number
Penn.
of Vietnam veterans right now saying, "Shut up."
Are you
Jane Fonda?
Yeah, that's what we got right here. Yep. Her, Sean Penn, Anne Hathaway. Yeah, yep, they're all really busy on some stuff. So
You want to hear the story about Jane Fonda?
I don't know who she is. I guess so.
Okay, let me tell you in case that this generation
gotta
doesn't
Google
know about Jane Fonda, and I'm going to do this. I'll Google it because I think it's best if it's said in a way that I would not have said it.
Okay, all right, let's go.
She's the daughter of Henry Fonda, classic.
Henry Fonda.
Yeah. Okay.
I remember him. He was a high school teacher.
No, he
Like-
would be
like that kind?
actor.
No, he's an actor.
Yeah.
I'm a Google.
Legendary.
Just keep going. I'll
Anyway.
find it. Okay.
She did in the 60s Barbarella, Clute. She won an Academy Award for Coming Home. That was in 1978. Won a Bankable Star. She did workout videos back in the 80s. She was the mother in Monster-in-Law with Jennifer Lopez.
Okay.
But her biggest, this is why I'm saying there are Vietnam vets out there saying, Jane Fonda, just go away and shut up. The biggest controversy that surrounded her was back in the 60s during the Vietnam War.
Monsters-in-Law.
The Monsters-in-Law. That's
there
what
we go.
Yeah.
See, you should open with that, Patty. I would have got that.
Okay.
Yeah, start
I
there.
forgot about her
Yeah.
recent. All right.
Okay.
During the
continue.
Vietnam War.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, she was very outspoken about the U.S.'s interference in a conflict, which was the Civil War between North Vietnam and South Vietnam, right? And they called her Hanoi Jane. Hanoi Jane.
Got it.
In a
Hanoi Jane?
1972 trip while she was there.
Okay.
She apparently, what did she do? Let me see if Google will tell me. 1972, she was touring a prison camp in Hanoi.
All right, got it.
And she had an opportunity because she was a big star and they liked her. She had an opportunity to meet with some of the prisoners American prisoners they were holding in North Vietnam.
Okay.
Her visit was meant to support the peace movement and highlight opposition to U.S. bombing campaigns, especially the U.S. use of napalm and the bombing of dikes, which North Korea claimed was a war crime. She went to hospitals, schools, dike systems that were damaged by American bombs, right? She made radio broadcasts from Hanoi urging U.S. servicemen to stop fighting, questioning American military policies. She was photographed sitting on a North Vietnamese anti-aircraft gun, smiling and clapping along with the soldiers. It was circulated in the U.S. and caused some intense outrage. Many Americans saw it as evidence of her siding with the enemy. They called her a traitor. Her name, Hanoi Jane, stuck for decades. She was blacklisted in Hollywood because of that. She has apologized repeatedly for the anti-aircraft gun photo, saying it was a huge mistake. Excuse me. But she stood by her anti-war stance. It's been a polarizing part of her legacy, which is why when you say her, Jane Fonda, you equate her with the North Vietnamese sympathies that she appeared to be offering at the time, and that she betrayed U.S. troops in a time of war. Wow. She was also accused of passing a note that came from, I don't know, I got to go back. The persistent stories that circulated after was that there was a claim that during her visit that American POWs secretly slipped her handwritten notes begging for her to help them or alerting her to their mistreatment, right? So sliding her little pieces of paper saying, this is help us, right? It goes on that instead of delivering them, that she allegedly handed those notes over to the North Vietnamese. And that meant harsher treatment of the POWs that were being held, and some of them were even killed. Wow. Yeah. They investigated. It's been investigated extensively. There has been no verified evidence that Fonda was ever passed such notes or that she betrayed American POWs in that way. Some former POWs, when interviewed, stated they never witnessed this happen. And it seems to be grown out of anger and resentment toward her trip and that infamous anti-aircraft photo than it does anything, gaining traction more in the 80s and 90s when she was producing these films and trying to make a comeback in Hollywood. So that legacy,
that's a lot.
whether false or true,
okay,
has landed her in this position where she is still very much the enemy of people who were in Vietnam. And some of it, I think, is also misdirected in that she was an iconic figure, being a Hollywood star that was invited by the North Vietnamese to come. She took that controversial photo of American aircraft guns that were designed to obviously blow up American airplanes and bombers. But when, the argument is that during that time, we weren't supposed to be in a civil conflict between the North and the South in Vietnam. So she became the directed enemy by people who came back from Vietnam, suffered great mental health issues, were demonized by the public, American patriots who thought that they're American servicemen coming back from. It was hard to come home to the U.S. after that, and that was that movie, 4th of July. You know, the one with Tom Cruise?
Okay, that's where that came from.
Era. It's that whole era where that sort of capsulized the treatment and these veterans that were coming home that were severely wounded, and they were cast by American society because of the military's involvement. And so Hanoi Jane, that story got out of control, even if they've had like extensive investigations that show that never was true. The stories that come out of that was the severe beatings of these POWs, and some of them were actually even killed for passing these notes to her. And apparently they said that never happened. But she's a good actress.
Wow. Really good that's a lot.
So, some people are afraid to like her. And in the 80s, she rebranded herself as kind of like a 50s sex symbol. Because she was, I think it was she was in her 50s at the time. In the 80s, when she had the Jane Fonda workouts, and she was wearing, remember that the whole video with what's her face, Olivia Newton-John, let's get physical.
Okay, yes.
And she did the whole thing in the leggings and all. That's a Jane Fonda takeoff. Jane Fonda was the queen of that workout. She had an incredible body at that age, and she wore those leotards and the leggings that just showed shapewear. And she did these very, what's the word I want to use aside from sexy? Suggestive.
Yes, okay.
That's good. She had like suggestive poses in this video that got a lot of people buying them.
Woo. Okay.
You know what I mean? So she sold herself like that in a workout video that a lot of people signed on. She used to be married to a guy named Ted Turner at that time.
Ted Turner.
Yeah, the guy, the mogul, the network mogul from the Turner Network.
All right.
She was married to him at one point. God, I hate that I know this information.
How do you know all this?
Because I
not have a life.
Because I lived in the 80s.
Okay,
I lived in the 70s and the 80s, and I could tell you what I was consuming on television.
I didn't know that. So you know what?
So I'm
appreciate
not surprised that she is part of an activist group that's along with who?
There's about, Patty, there's like 600
Anne
of them.
Hathaway.
Anne Hathaway's on the list here. Ethan Hawke, John Legend, Julianne Moore, Barbara Streisand, Ben Stiller, Whoopi Goldberg, Julia Dreyfus. Is that right? Spike Lee, Viola Davis, Pedro. Patty, there's a list of them.
And
there's about
what's the
600
name of the
stars
group?
and filmmakers.
What's the name of the group?
And,
They're
called the God, what are you calling yourselves? I don't know, but they're on a fight against
Trump.
Group. They're a group.
They're
Hollywood
an activist
against
group.
Trump. Yeah, Hollywood against
Oh,
Trump.
Hollywood against Trump.
Yeah,
okay.
I get it.
And
then he put tariffs on movies coming in from out of the U.S.
Oh, that's right.
Okay. Oh, you know that too.
What?
on the tariffs for movies that are not filmed in America? Is that what that is?
She's like, how old is she? She doesn't know who Jane Fonda is. I'm
Yeah,
old. Yeah, you are old.
Yeah.
And I am too. But yeah, I couldn't expect. How old are you?
I'm not Jane Fonda's era.
That's why.
Yeah, we're generation.
It's a generational thing.
Generation X, man. We are Generation Xers.
Not mad at that. You got to do what you got to do. You got to,
Generation Xers, yeah. Jane Fonda, okay.
Yeah, so there she is. I'm not surprised that she takes on this role because I think she's already she's predisposed to activism anyway. That I'm not surprised that, and she's sort of got the liberal leanings, of course.
So what's wrong with movies that are not filmed in America that we got to put tariffs on? What is that about?
Oh, that's just the whole day. That's the whole
just,
thing.
That's just how we're doing now. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, there
Yeah.
we go. All right, well,
Yeah.
there's some good movies.
That's-
It's like, so are we not putting them on Netflix? We're not going to see some shows?
Yeah,
now?
they're shooting these
Like, what are we
movies.
doing?
They're shooting these movies outside the United States, and then they're releasing them in the U.S. It's a product that apparently is taxable.
There you go.
It's a deep dig.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
deep dig, but anything coming out of these places, if it's not American made, then it's
Okay.
or American born,
For sure.
then it has no place, right?
All right, well, look at the learning something new today. Now I'm going to go Power 98 and tell everybody who Jane Fonda is. Be like, hey, guys, met somebody named Jane Fonda.
Are you going to do it?
I am.
You're going to go into school
Be
some
like,
folks over
I'm
at
about
Power
to go
98?
school some people. She's about the same age as Jesus. Now we're going to talk about it. We're going to learn today. We're going to learn today. This is very informative. Thank you, Patty.
Dice
Little
is old
history
enough to
lesson.
be my daughter.
This
So
like a
if that
history
doesn't
lesson.
help you understand where
a
her
good
age
history
is,
lesson.
there's a generation. I don't know.
Appreciate you guys.
I wonder. I don't know how much Tia would know about Jane Fonda. She
Okay.
may have some references. Cerise definitely would know.
Right on. Okay.
Sean, very likely he would know because of
Jane
his
Fonda.
avid historical knowledge of things in America and
And
conflicts.
she dates within her age, so we probably don't know much about her because, she's not like
Oh,
the
she's not like dating Bad Bunny.
Yeah, you see what
Right,
I'm saying?
I see what you're
That's
saying.
what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
she dates within her age. So good job, Jane.
Old people
Good job.
who date old people
Good
are
job.
of
Yeah.
zero relevance to the Gen
There
X's.
you go. Yeah. Good job. Good
Okay.
job. You know, I like you, Jane. You stay in your little zone there. Good
You're
job.
a Gen X, right? Or are you
yeah,
millennial? You're
Gen X.
you're
You were Xers. We are Xers.
You are X. Riley's the Z.
Yes, he is Z. He's definitely Z. Those are the air.
And then they went back to A. So but there's also a Gen Alpha, which are babies, right? Right now. I'm considered a
Those
baby
are the COVID
boomer.
babies. Yeah. Then you got
Yeah.
the COVID babies. Those are the COVID babies.
Yeah, COVID babies.
Yes, those are the ones that give no cares about anything in the
They
world.
think that having a tablet and a phone is like the appendage. Yeah, I feel badly.
Dang pandemic babies.
So Laura, our great researcher
and hairstylist.
Okay, and
yes.
great banana bread maker.
There we go.
FYI.
Yes.
Sent me the Escape Room Panic 45.
There you go. Yes.
This is
You're gonna go,
I don't know.
Patty. It's you, a bat, and just break anything you want.
Yeah, but no, it's not like one of those rooms, is
Yeah,
it? Where
yeah,
you
yeah.
break stuff? No, isn't it the kind where you got to get clues to get out?
That's an escape room. You
Yeah,
said a
now
panic room.
Yeah, panic room. Can you escape the panic room?
Can you escape the panic room?
Yeah, the other one are the destruction rooms where you
Yeah.
could go in there and blow
Just
off some
break
steam.
anything. Yeah.
They have all these things that you can. No,
Yeah,
this one
that's
is like
cool.
you gotta get out.
I do. I like that room. I broke a bunch of stuff and I filmed it. I was like,
It's-
Mom, your glass. I broke it.
It's the first real life interactive escape room.
Mm-hmm.
Should we call him?
Yes.
Should we call him?
Yeah, call him. Are you going to go? You're going to try?
No, I just want to find out
Patty,
what they
you're
are.
smart. You would escape that room.
I feel dumb.
Nuh-uh.
I feel
Look,
dumb.
I would say if I was on a game show, I would pick you because I know I'm a win. I get
Oh,
you, got to get
yeah.
Kyle. Like, I'm getting all the brains on my team,
Yeah,
dude. I'm like,
you
hey,
know, the first time
pick that
I ever did a Habitat for Humanity trivia contest, the first question, because I was a walk-on,
Okay.
was what does EMS stand for? What's the emergency system for radio?
wow, Patty. I mean, that was like day one of everyone through training.
And I
here.
said EBS. I said EBS, and I was wrong.
Wow.
It's EAS.
Yes.
Or emergency, yeah.
Alert system.
Yeah, it was EBS in my day.
Yeah.
I lost one for the team already.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, and then in
system.
Hawaii when they had the family trivia contest at that one Mexican restaurant we went for Sean's birthday.
Okay.
First question was, what was the name of the lady who played Weezer in this? No, Jane Crawford. Joan Crawford. No, it was Joan Crawford. Joan Crawford in Mommy Dearest, who was the actress that I named the wrong person. Immediately, we lost 50 points on the first question.
All right, Patty, you
You probably don't want me.
Yeah, I probably ain't.
I may be able to get us out of a panic room, but the thing about these panic rooms, isn't it that you have to make...
You got a timer.
Okay, and you got to make some quick decisions and great problem solving to get out of a life or death situation.
Mm-hmm.
I may not be your girl.
I think you might nail this one. I mean, a bunch of clues lying
I don't
around.
have the same survival skills.
I think
maybe I don't feel.
I think it'll
Let
be
me
fun.
call. Can
you
we call
him?
it?
Yeah, call it.
Okay, you have to
Just
call him.
Just why?
Ready?
Oh, okay. I'll call him.
We're going to do a cold call here.
All right,
let's see if they answer. Okay, we're doing this for you folks. 671-777-8934. Yeah. And this is called Panic 45. It is called Guam's first real-life interactive escape room. Panic 40. I wonder what 45 means. Where the fun begins.
45 seconds before you panic.
Ooh.
I don't know.
They might be sleeping because they could have been up late last night trying to get these people through the panic rooms, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it's our generation.
Been forwarded to voicemail.
Yeah, we don't like voicemail.
Oh, let's leave one.
Tone,
leave a message?
please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hi, this is Patti, and
I'm Dice
from the Wave. Mornings with Patti. We want to call you about your Panic 45 escape room. I feel like I want to do it, but I also feel like I'm too stupid. So can you give us a call at 671-922-1051 or 1052? We just want to talk to you about what you guys do.
I'm the smart one. That taught
no,
her Jane
actually,
Fonda.
you're not really.
I taught her Jane
No,
Fonda.
you wanted her.
Okay,
you
that's the
wanted
end of our
me
message.
to go
Beep.
with you in case. That's 45 seconds of absolutely hang up, ladies.
They are not going to want to.
They're not calling us back. I wouldn't call us back. I'd be like, no, thank you. God, the weird one.
They're like, wow, that was an off.
Yeah.
Everybody listen to this message we got.
Y'all are not going to believe what we just got this morning. Two people called us on the radio, and they're freaking out. I hope they're still in business.
Oh, my God, that's too
Maybe
funny.
I hope they're still doing that.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I hope we didn't just like.
Patty,
Ooh, maybe that's them. Let's do cold call. Let's go. Cold. Okay. Hello.
Jane Fonda was chicken Easy Rider.
Oh, right. Okay, there's that. That's the other thing. Oh, okay.
Easy Rider.
She was the chicken Easy Rider.
Easy Rider. Oh, see, now we got everybody fired up on Jane Fonda right now.
Well,
Okay.
let's go. Give me a
Jane
little known
Fonda.
fact about Jane Fonda because I thought I knew everything. But I forgot about the
Fonda.
Easy Rider.
Okay.
The Coming Home movie, I think is that the one that she did with Chris Christopherson?
Okay. She could be, yeah.
Coming Home. The movie was, it was actually one of those era movies of her soldier who came from the Vietnam War. A drama about the Vietnam War's human toll. It was inspired by her anti-war activism. And that was, as Bruce Dern, not with Chris Christopherson. It follows Sally Hyde, who is played by Jane Fonda, the conservative wife of a Marine officer, who is played by Bruce Dern. While her husband is deployed in Vietnam, she volunteers as at a veterans hospital and meets John Voight. He's a paraplegic Vietnam vet. Embittered by his experiences, their relationship evolves into a love affair. Sally undergoes a personal transformation, growing critical of the war and of her sheltered worldview. Her husband returns, traumatized, alienated, and it culminates in a tense confrontation about loyalty, love, and the true costs of war. Okay. It won 3 Academy Awards. Best Actress, Best Actor for John Voight, Best Original Screenplay. Bruce Dern this was a movie. It was a period movie. It was good. Okay.
Coming Home.
Yeah, Coming Home.
Okay.
1972. It also marked a kind of atonement moment while Many still saw her 1972 Hanoi trip as betrayal. Coming home showed she wanted to amplify veterans' voices, not diminish them. To this day, it's still considered one of the definitive Vietnam War films, along with, have you seen Deer Hunter and Apocalypse Now?
Oh, I like Deer Hunter.
Oh, God.
I'm good.
I watched Deer Hunter, and I was so disturbed by the Russian roulette scene.
Hold on, because I got to start Lioness because, he's ahead of me. So now I got to get... Me and Rick are going down this Lioness tunnel now. And I'm like, bro, are we really
I
doing
also hear that Navy SEALs is actually more.
Oh, really?
Exciting.
Is it?
But the reason why there's some men like the Lioness more than others because there's got a lot of lesbian scenes in them.
Oh, okay. That's what they're doing. Yeah. I'm
so
probably
there's a
gonna
draw.
skip that. Yeah.
Well, at least I talked to one person who that was more of a draw than Navy
yeah.
SEALs. All these men. It's like, there's nothing there for me.
Skipping that.
It's like these powerful chicks that are like, built. And they know what they're doing out.
And there you go, Pete Hegseth. Okay, it's like,
take a look at me.
Okay, all right. I guess they meet the requirements. Yeah, do they meet the requirements, Pete Hegseth?
Well, he also talked about these plumper people that he doesn't like seeing in
plumper people.
Well, they're like it's like people in the military who got little pooch going on.
Okay,
and they should be fit. They should meet a male standard of fitness.
Wow. Okay.
And he doesn't want to see that. He doesn't want to see long hair, and he doesn't want to see beards. Now,
I haven't really seen the commander-in-chief on the lawn doing any runs lately, like the previous, our last presidents. They always doing their.
Clinton was a runner.
Yes.
Obama was playing basketball and running.
I have not.
Clinton used to jog all the time.
Right, with their Secret Service.
Oh, yeah.
And I haven't seen
Obama and Biden. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they were runners.
I have not seen Donald Trump do any runs lately.
I've seen him walk up a flight of escalator stairs that weren't working.
Okay.
He must have been huffing and puffing on the way
he's
up.
hanging with the Ks, but not the 1Ks and the 2Ks. We're trying to get the 2Ks and the 5Ks down. He's doing the wrong Ks. But
Not the 3Ks.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Let's do it, Mr. Prez.
Not the KKK.
You got the wrong Ks going on. We're talking 2K here. Okay?
So he wants to outlaw like long hair, and which is whatever. That grooming is a thing, depending on the military service that you're in. Grooming, there are some that are there are things that are just not permissible, like in the Marine Corps, no beard, period. No beards at all. That's just not going to happen. In the Navy, some of them are more stricter. If you're a pilot, for example, that's also another strict because you're using oxygen masks in flying or in depths of ocean, right?
Correct.
So some of these places, they don't allow for facial hair because that kind of gets in the way of masks and oxygen that needs to be supplied for these occasions that are for their service. But the reason why that they have service members who have beards is because of a couple of things. There are religious accommodations that are made. In 2017, they were allowed to bear beards because of religious purposes. Muslims, Sikh, military service members don't cut their hair. As long as it doesn't interfere with like safety or readiness, then that is allowed. Another waiver that they've had for members of the military is the pseudofolliculitis barbe, which is the bumps that men get if they have like really curly, thick hair.
Okay, yes.
And so when they shave, it has all of these little bumps. And
Right.
It's a skin condition.
Okay.
And in that case, you probably have to get some sort of medical exemption.
Okay.
Then they allow it for like the Navy SEALs or Army Special Forces. They do that. They allow beards and long hair. And I think in some of the movies, they romanticize these special forces. Like in Lioness, you'll see that some of these guys are in beard and in mustache and with long hair because if they're infiltrated or embedded in a particular country, you have to fit in with the rest of the culture. So, having long hair is permissible. But generally, beards are not normally allowed in the military service. So let me just go through the beard situation and who is and who is not. The Army, clean shaven is the standard. That's the policy. The exceptions that they make, and they have to be medical waivers, are exactly what I'm talking about, shaving bumps or different skin conditions from having to shave. And then the medical exemptions, like for Jewish service members, Muslims, Sikhs, the like, that don't cut their hair. And then for the Army, in special ops, these are soldiers that are deployed in regions where they are allowed to grow beards so that they can, integrate into the culture. So we already explained that one. Navy, beards not allowed for sailors. Medical waivers may allow short beard, but sailors are restricted from duties that require tight seal respirators. Religious exemptions are possible, much rarer, though, in the Army. In the Air Force, clean shaven is required. They do have medical waivers that are common for these skin conditions. There are accommodations that were made definitely for religious exemptions and for air crew and those requiring oxygen masks. They have face limits, even with the waivers. So maybe if you want to be a pilot in the Air Force or you want to be part of the air crew and you are required to wear something like a respirator or oxygen mask, you're probably not going to be flying planes. In the Marine Corps, like I said, no exceptions whatsoever, except for if you have a mustache. They're permitted, no beards at all. If they're permitted, if they've got to be neat and they got to be within sort of a regulation length. And beards only allowed under very limited medical waivers, and usually the Marine is reassigned if it interferes with duties. Religious accommodations are technically possible in the Marine Corps, but the Corps is the least flexible when it comes to that. Coast Guard, no beards allowed. Mustaches, yes, you can have. Medical waivers can allow beards, but like the Navy, Coast Guard also relies heavily on these respirators or safety at sea. So that's where, and religious exemptions exist, but they are also very limited. So Army and Air Force, more open to the medical and religious beards. Navy, Coast Guard, waivers possible. Safety gear limits them. And Marines has the strictest no beard stance. Who is most likely to have a beard or having a shaving waiver? Those who have that skin condition that causes ingrown hairs. These are painful bumps. They're scarring, especially if you're trying to do like one of those close shaves. And it is more common in men of African descent. With those people who have these skin ailments, they may grant a shaving waiver that allows limited facial hair. Black men in practice have historically been overrepresented among those who receive shaving waivers because of that underlying medical condition is more common in that demographic. So in an Air Force study they did, 64% of those with shaving waivers were Black or African American, even though that group made up less than about 12% of the surveyed population. Experts and observers argue that because PFB disproportionately affects Black men, any policy restricting waivers or making them more difficult disproportionately impacts the Black service members. So yeah, by necessity, more Black men seek these exemptions and more Black men hold these waivers proportionally. So when Pete Hegseth said that no beards would be allowed no matter what circumstance, who do you think he's talking about? He's talking about people of color. He's talking about people who are not suffering these skin conditions, which are not typical in white American males. They are typical in Sikhs, Muslims, Jewish service members, and Blacks. So when you're talking about eliminating something and you stand up on a podium before hundreds of these military officers of top brass in this country and tell them they're going to not exempt anybody from anybody, you're actually eliminating everybody of color. And that's what people had a problem with yesterday in watching Pete Hegseth and his rally cry for the warriors, because apparently warriors in America, no matter what standard they fit in their physical stature or their physical health, if you're Black or you're of color or you don't and you haven't traditionally come from America, then you're on the chopping block. Can't get any more simple than that. We do have to take that break. One last one before the top of the hour. I'll be right back.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Smoojow Community School.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, the Subway Series celebrates Subway's over 60 years of expertise in sandwich making. From flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs to delicious Italianos, mouth-watering clubs, and the high-protein deli heroes, the Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor with a perfect combination of choice meats, cheeses, fresh and hand-sliced veggies, freshly baked breads, and signature sauces. The Subway Series is curated from hundreds of chef-inspired recipes to earn a coveted spot on the Subway Series menu. Get what you're craving for today at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow a working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions.
Hafa Adai, Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch the bright side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join the bright side on Wave 105.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Okay. You could keep playing this while I talk about Jane Fonda because that sounds as groovy as it gets, man.
Jane Fonda.
I love Jane Fonda.
I
And
do.
I love Jane
gotta
Fonda,
admit
and
it.
I'm a Vietnam era veteran.
Okay.
She's 87 now, and she was
87.
47 in 1985 during her exercise videos. Okay, I said 50s.
Okay.
She's 87.
87. No.
Now Trump's and headsets offenses are far worse than anything a 35-year-old sitting on an anti-aircraft gun. Well, there are people who would absolutely agree with that.
I'm mad at you, Jane. Do what you do, Jane.
But there are some people again that are still smarting over it. Still smarting over all of that. Okay, I'm actually looking over some. Okay, I know what I wanted to tell you. So at 3 o'clock this morning,
3 o'clock this morning, what happened?
I tried to download the 26.
Okay. iOS. Good job. I'm proud of you, Patty.
And it said,
Uh-oh.
I didn't have enough room.
I knew it was your drive space, Patty. Why don't you
And
just...
it said they're not able to download because I have to remove some of my storage of I need at least 18 gigs.
God.
of available storage during a selection.
You don't have 18. That's a 64 gig cell phone, and you don't have 18 available? That's impossible. You're not even a teenager.
I have 118.
I'm like, wait, you're not even a teenager.
I have 118 of 128 used.
Yeah, wow.
So I started the purging.
Interesting, okay.
Tell you what,
That's
the birth of
wild.
all my children are now gone. All that video. I'm just
All right,
joking.
okay, no.
I was trying to look for, some of the things that I could cut out, and I managed actually to do quite a bit of it. The problem is that it only got what it allowed me to do after I was able to get it was to download 18. So I'm not even I can't even get to 26 unless I start deleting the kids' graduation videos or the birth of the grandchild. I'm not doing all that. I don't need 26 that bad.
That's true.
Okay. I could get mad and then start deleting family pictures.
No, don't.
Oh
do
yeah,
that.
It's like brothers and sisters are like, I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. I could do that. I could start there. I could probably do that, and I would free up some space, but maybe not because I don't have a whole lot of them.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it?
No.
Isn't it worth it?
No. Well, the features are kind of cool, and then I think about you and what you do for a living.
Because I need an assistant?
Yeah, and Patti, it has eye tracking, head tracking, so you can literally control your phone by blinking and doing facial gestures. You don't even have to touch it. So you can be cooking and watching YouTube, because you know you do, and you can create like little face gestures in your phone.
Liquid glass
See?
makes interactions across iOS a more delightful, refracts and reflects content in real time, bringing even more focus to what you're viewing on your screen.
Yes, Patti, please.
Adaptive time on the lock screen.
Yes.
Fluidly resizes to the available space on your lock screen. Spatial scenes let you add new 3D effect to your photo wallpapers.
Yes, you can do that now.
Bringing them to life when you move your phone. Shut up.
Yes.
Like I could, like a 3D of my mother, and then her face starts
Like
to
live-
change as I'm talking.
Isn't it cool? Like
that,
live
I don't-
wallpaper.
wow.
It's really neat. It's good.
Get it fresh in the liquid glass. There are more ways to customize them with updated light or dark appearances. Animated album art makes music playback more immersive. Yes. And then they've got a lot of AI or Apple intelligence, not artificial visual intelligence. Live translation. Oh, that's what you're talking about. That automatically translate incoming texts, including group messages, and send a response in your preferred language. I can speak to Chef Mirko in Italian.
Yes.
Oh, he'll be so excited.
I think so.
It's translated when it's delivered.
Come on, Patti. Come on.
Okay.
And you travel. This is perfect for you. You ain't going to get lost no more. We ain't got to use App 360 to locate you. We'll just talk to the phone.
What's Genmoji?
Genmoji.
Choose expressions for your Genmoji of people, making characters look happy.
You don't have an avatar? Did you create your
I
own
do
face?
have it. I haven't. I do have avatar, but I don't. I don't.
You don't use that? Your avatar emojis?
No.
Okay. Well, that's what that is.
That's
It's
cartoons for young kids.
Wow. Okay. Backpedal, because I be using that. Okay.
Lens cleaning hints alert you when your lens is smudged. I need that. I need that. Capture the clearest possible photo.
Look at that.
New AirPods gesture lets you take a photo or start recording video just by pressing the stem.
Thank you.
On your AirPods 4 and AirPods Pro 2.
Yes.
Separate tabs for library and collections offers easier navigation in photos. A new unified layout option. Call screening lets you screen incoming calls from unknown numbers, getting you the caller's name and reason for the call before the phone rings.
There you go.
Before the phone rings.
Before it rings.
Screened calls from unknown numbers can be placed in the new area of your call list so that they're out of your way.
There you go.
Oh, dang, that's what I need.
This is it. This is what you need, Patti. This is all you.
Oh, Hold Assist keeps your spot in line while you wait to speak to a live agent and rings you to return to the call where the live agent is there.
You are caller number 95. Please hold.
And then I can go and do things, and then my phone will ring when number 95 comes up.
Number 5, you're up.
See now you're making me want to delete all my kids'
None of us
childhood
like
photos.
I mean, like your caller number 500. Please hold 500. Really, you guys did not have that many calls. Y'all lying. Listen, operator. You
Yeah, no, that's for veterans who are trying to call or people trying to call the Office of Personnel Management. It's like, call us back in 2030, and then you'll be number one.
That's
okay.
Your phone waits in line for you.
Well, like I said, I might have to be, all of Riley's childhood photos might have to go. I need to free up. How many did I need? 18 gigs or something crazy?
Gigs. Oh, my God. I don't even know.
To free up 18 gigs.
18 gigs.
Just to get, it requires at least 18 gigs of available storage. And I'm at 118 of 128.
You know what? Just turn off.
You know what I got to delete to get down? I have to 100 gigs to get 18.
I filled it your WhatsApp. Because I had to look. I did the same thing. With
I
my
did WhatsApp. I
phones.
went. What did you do?
You have to. It's on your WhatsApp.
Yeah, it's all of
it
the.
automatically saves on your WhatsApp. Turn that off so it doesn't audit. Because you know what I mean.
I did turn that off.
You turned it off
because actually, when I was deleting photos, I deleted 218 photos this morning. I was in a bad mood, so sorry if I lost your graduation invitation.
I turned mine off.
But yeah, oh.
Try
but
me.
I did. It showed me all of the videos or anything that I've had that are redundant, duplicated, videos and photos. You know how many photos I had on WhatsApp just from our glimpses chat?
That's what I mean. There's so many.
And just the SMG media survivors chat.
Yes, there's a lot. there's a
Those people are just wasting my time. All you former employees just wasting my time with your pictures of your toenails and the food that you're eating.
You get
Stop.
into the Jigo chat room and they're like, "Have a blessed and happy." I'm like, "Look, Jesus knows what I'm doing.
Jesus knows I'm judging right now.
Jesus knows what I'm doing." Be like, Jesus is gonna bless you in 10 days in 4 different ways.
Jesus is gonna give you better water.
You know what I'm saying? It's like if y'all don't stop posting this stuff in the chat room.
Oh, see.
You know what I mean?
I was talking to somebody who said that they got out of their class WhatsApp because it was too much love going on in there. It's like, you were never even remotely kind to me in sophomore year. Now you're 100 years old and you wish me well. Shut up. So they're like, I'm sorry, I got to get out of this chat. It's way too much. I see it. Every birthday is may the Lord. It's just like a whole chat GPT greeting.
Telling you, be like, I'm using this Bible to roll on just so that you know that.
Oh my God.
Guys, I'm like, send me any more biblical love letters.
Rolling on.
I'm good.
John 3:16.
Jesus knows me. Okay?
The book of Genesis is missing a page because Dice is rolling joints. We got to go.
Right now,
I got to get away from this influence. I feel like hell is coming through.
You don't get those, Betty?
I do, but I don't use the rolling of the Bible page.
You know what?
Matthew and Luke and John.
You know, that Bible paper, man, it feels like zigzags sometimes. It's like, get around in Revelations.
I just feel thunder and lightning coming upon us on this
Father Jimenez, I love you.
Oh, God.
It's like, shout out to the Father.
Think wisely. Archbishop, be careful.
I love you, man. I love you. I really do. Pray for me.
We're all on our knees right now. I got to go before the lightning strikes.
Let's go.
Got to love this girl. Got to love you.
Oh, man,
it is. Go. Yeah, love thy enemy. It's 10 o'clock.
I guess we got to.
We got to. All right, we're going to move on out of here and make some room for
the rest of your shutdown, guys.
Yeah. My God.
I don't know.
You got the honey-do list. Tell your wife or your husband that you're actually going to work so they don't make you do something.
Well, D. Cruz is having a whole barbecue, so she's chilling.
D. Cruz is checking mail. She's buying people lunch. She's got a WhatsApp for buy me lunch on free.
She chilling.
Tell you.
I'm gonna bother all my federal friends and be like, so you guys are off today. He's like, what y'all doing?
Yeah, it's, hey, wait a minute. Hang on, just coming over.
Hold it on. Hold it. Stand by.
Next.
Stand by.
Economic warning lights are all going off. Giant tariffs they're saying, they're doing something that says something about a pause in the, what do you call it? It's a longer story. I got to look at. But anyway, you'll find whatever you need to find coming up on the CBS News.
Yes.
Of course, Polly Sue, we're going to take it for this afternoon from 2 until 6. And we'll be getting out of here for now, out of your hair, and do our normal thing. Find Dice right across the yard.
Yes,
She's over there on Power 98. Find her. If you want a little more of this, a little more sin. Hop on over. Hop on over. Power 98, it's where it is. It's 10 o'clock in the morning with Mornings and Patty. I'm Patty.
I'm Dice.
It's time to take it out of here with KGUM FM and Daddy Guam. Have a good one, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Dice.
I love you guys. Viva Guam.